favorite radio program?
Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
We are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City, streaming live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Stream along and join us. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there. How it be, one and all? What do we got today? Well, no Phils today or tomorrow, opening day on Thursday. We're going to be live at Maynard's on Thursday watching the game. We'll also be giving away a pair of tickets to the Phillies home opener, so make plans to join us on Thursday live at Maynard's at Margate. We'll have more details each hour today on the show. What else we got today? I got some Eagles thoughts. They made a signing yesterday late in the day. Some thoughts on the Eagles depth chart and where it stands right now. Ric Seritella will join us for Draft Talk at 3:30 from NFL Draft Bible. The Sixers actually did something right last night. For once, you got to give them some credit when they do something right. They got their ass kicked. Kudos to the Sixers. Flyers have 10 games left in their season. It's been a miserable road for the winter sports teams. Miserable. The Flyers playing out the string, 10 games left for the Fly Guys. And the Sixers, they were in New Orleans last night. They got dusted. How do you lose? I mean, listen, you got to lose at this point. How do you lose as bad as the Sixers did last night to that team? Oh, my God. If you're the guys who were left over and you lose to that New Orleans team last night, I mean, that New Orleans team, like, is the NBA injury report like a hockey line change? Does someone have to go first? Like, hey, let's see who they're putting out tonight. And then they make the decision on, well, New Orleans put out a CVS receipt level of injured guys last night, and Philadelphia says, I can one-up you. We're going to rest Quentin Grimes. When you're at the level where you're resting Quentin Grimes, did anybody see the video the other night? Josh, did you see this video of Quentin Grimes at the foul line with George Niang?
Yes, and Niang complained about him after the game, too.
So, if you haven't seen this, so Niang, former Sixer.
I got to find the quote from Niang. Give me a sec. But he went
Well,
off.
I'll give you the Cliff Notes version.
Yeah.
So, Grimes is at the line, and Grimes is kind of being an arrogant SOB because he's the only guy on the team that can actually, chew gum and dribble at the same time. Kudos to you, Quentin Grimes. He is the Tony Roten of this year's team, right? Tony Roten was famous in the process years for being like the guy who could score 20 to 25 points a game. So Quentin Grimes, Quentin Grimes, who gives a rat's rear end about Quentin Grimes? Quentin Grimes is having a good game against the Cavs and the Hawks, and he scored 26 points in the game. He played pretty well. And he's at the line. And I don't know what he did or what he said or how this all started, but Niang basically says to him, yo, shut your mouth. Because when Joel's back and Maxi's back, your ass is going to be sitting in the corner getting no shots, so keep your mouth shut.
Right.
You're basically a role player like I am. You're a nobody. And, I mean, Niang has been known, remember when he was with, I guess he was with Cleveland.
Cleveland last year.
Last year, he was mixing it up with Ben Simmons at one point when the Sixers played, when Ben Simmons was with Brooklyn. So the Sixers, though, finally get something right. And they get blasted last night. I mean, they lost to a team last night that's record-wise worse than them. New Orleans has 19 wins this year. So New Orleans needs to lose the game as much as they do, although not as much as Philadelphia does, because New Orleans has a little bit of a cushion on the Sixers, right? The Pelicans are the 4th worst team in the league. And the Sixers are the 5th worst team in the league. But there's a cushion between 4 and 5. Like, the Sixers losing last night was a huge loss for them because now that closes the gap to, I guess, 4.5 games?
Correct.
They're not catching them, though.
No one's catching them. Basically, they're it.
Well, no,
Well,
New Orleans
they
is the
have-
4th worst. They're not it. They're not
I
the
mean,
worst.
I mean, they're not New Orleans. I mean, no one's catching the Wizards at this point. The Wizards are.
Well, Utah can catch them.
You think so?
They are.
I feel like Utah's at least attempting to win games. Not very well, but
No, they're not. They are 16-56. They've lost 9 out of 10. Washington is 15-56, and they've won 3 out of the last 10.
poor Wizards.
So, yes, Utah is actually doing a better job of losing right now.
Than you did with the Wizards.
Yeah. Charlotte, by the way, is 18-53, and they've won 4 out of their last 10. New Orleans is 20-53. They won last night.
Right, they won last night.
And they beat the Sixers, who are 23-49. They've lost 5 in a row, and they are 2-8 in their last 10. And then you have Brooklyn, who has lost 4 in a row, and they have the exact same record as Philadelphia, 23-49. They've lost 4 straight, and they are 2-8 in their last 10. So Philadelphia and Brooklyn are both exactly tied with the same exact record. They both lost 8 out of their last 10. So they are trying, both of them, to get into that number 5 spot. Philadelphia, needs to be in the 5th spot because if they're in that 6th spot, there is a much higher probability that their draft choice, which would be a top 5 or 6 pick, goes to Oklahoma City. So I know a lot of people have bailed on this Sixers season with good reason, by the way. Not shaming anybody for ditching the Sixers season here, but they have to try to get to that 5 spot, and it would behoove them to get down to number 4 if they could. And losing that game last night is a big step in them getting there, potentially. Now, they are still 3.5 games behind the Pelicans, or in front of the Pelicans, I should say, for the number 4 worst team. And they're not catching New Orleans. New Orleans has 18 wins. Philadelphia is at 23. There's no way that Charlotte is going to win 6 more games the rest of the season. But Philadelphia has, the problem with them is the rest of the way, is their schedule has too many winnable games. And again, in other words, they're playing against a lot of teams. Listen, tomorrow night, they play Washington. Washington, as we just mentioned, they have no desire to win that game.
But they just won games recently. You said what was it? 3 out of 5, or
They've won 3 out of 10. 3 out of their last 10.
the Wizards?
Yeah.
So they've won more games in the last 10 than the Sixers have.
Yeah, well, a lot of teams have.
Well, yes, it was literal sense. I mean, of the teams that we are concerned about.
No, I'm saying of that group of teams down the bottom there, yeah, the Sixers and the Nets have been the 2 of the worst. Look, here, it's pretty bad. We're looking at the bottom, the tankathon. Washington's lost 5 in a row, but they are 3-7 in their last 10. But they have lost 5 straight.
They have lost 5 straight.
So they have 15 wins. They are playing, though, for a different. The Sixers are trying to get in the top 5 worst. Washington's playing to be the worst.
Correct.
They want, now, listen, Washington, Utah, and Charlotte, they're the worst 3 teams. They're all getting the same lottery odds. Isn't that how it works now?
Yeah, they get the same lottery odds.
So being the worst team in the league doesn't behoove you, just being one of the worst 3.
Right. And then even if you're 4, 5, and 6, you still have outside odds at the 1 pick.
Exactly, but you want to be 1, 2, and 3, so you have equal odds at the number 1
pick. You
pick.
want to be one of those 3 in order to ensure.
Yes.
By the way, really quick, the quote from George Niang after the game, he says he can't stand guys who disrespect. Talking about Quentin Grimes.
Yeah.
He
And-
thought Quentin Grimes being disrespectful.
Why? Because he's the good player on the bad team.
Right.
So Philadelphia coming up. They have a game that they have with Washington where neither team has any desire to win, right? By the way, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They have 10 games left, Philadelphia. My God, thanks the Lord. This has been the worst Sixer season.
Since 2013?
I know those process years, at least you knew what you were building towards, or you were at least thinking about what you were building. This has been dreadful. This season has been absolutely awful. I would say there was one high point of the whole season. It was they won on Christmas Day at Boston. That's it. Other than that, this season's been an absolute disaster.
Maybe the worst since the Bynum year?
That team at least was on the peripheral of making the playoffs. Now, that was the precipice of why they went to the process was, what's the difference if we won 38 games and nothing happened? So let's just, try to get a talented player. And they basically traded off guys that were helping them get to 38 and 42 wins and said, let's start over. So they play Washington, who's the worst team in the league. Washington has no desire to win. They play Miami, who right now is the 10 seed, but they are comfortably the 10 seed. So I guess Miami would try to win that game. They could theoretically catch the Bulls and be the 9 seed. Then they play Toronto. Well, Toronto is in the same boat you're in. They don't want to win. They're in like the 7th worst team in the league.
They're purposely sitting Ingram the rest of the year.
Right.
They're just like don't even come back.
Of your 10 games that you have left, Washington's the worst team in the league. Miami's the 10 seed. Toronto is out of the playoffs. You have the Knicks. Now the Knicks, it doesn't really matter if the Knicks win or lose. They're pretty much going to be the 3 seed. They can't catch Boston, and they're like 3.5 games up on the Pacers. So the Knicks obviously are trying to win that game. They have no advantage of losing that game. Milwaukee is trying to win that game. They're trying to stay in, where they are right now, and they can move up in the standings. So they're going to get blasted by New York. They'll get blasted by Milwaukee. They play Minnesota. Minnesota right now is in the playoffs. They can get out of the play-in. So Minnesota is trying to win, and they've been playing really well lately.
Correct.
They'll get blasted by Minnesota.
Good.
They play Miami again. So now they play Miami twice. They play Washington again. So now they play Washington twice. They play Atlanta. Now Atlanta is another team. They're in the playoffs. So Atlanta, you theoretically, is trying to win that game. And then you play Chicago, who's in the playoffs currently right now. By the way, Chicago's won 8 out of the last 10. And now Chicago is trying to win that game because they're in the playoffs. But you have multiple games. Washington, Toronto, Washington again, where those teams have no desire to win. So can the Sixers, they've lost 5 in a row. Can they end this season losing 15 straight? That would be actually impressive. But that's what they're got to be aiming for. The Sixers have to be aiming to end this season on a 15-game losing streak.
Quentin Grimes needs to have like a phantom injury and go away like everybody else.
Well, he was a phantom injury last night.
But a new phantom injury.
Rest. No, it's not a new phantom injury. Rest. That's the injury that we all need. Rest.
I mean, they need to come up with some fake injury to put him on the injury report, officially.
Well, come on. Quentin Grimes shouldn't be good enough to beat. Now, Washington, anytime they play Washington, Grimes has to not play.
Quentin Grimes is good enough to beat the Wizards.
The problem is he rested last night, so tomorrow night you can't say rest again.
No, you can't. That's why I think you got to come up with a new injury. Yeah.
But that should be the goal the rest of the way.
He needs to go bowling like Andrew Bynum.
Yes. What happened to him? No, or maybe pack his daughter's toys and cut his finger with the cardboard box like Matt Strom did. That's essentially where we are. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 on the text board. Steve from Tuckerton, the process 2. See, it's not really the process 2, Steve. This season was not supposed to be let's lose.
Yeah.
This manifested based on this craziness with Embiid situation, coupled with Paul George and whatever's happened to him. Then you add in Maxey, who hasn't been healthy for remember, Maxey was hurt early in the year too. So they didn't enter this season saying, let's lose our last 15 games of the season. No, this team, by many NBA people who cover the NBA, thought that this team was an NBA Finals level team. And now you're like, can they lose 15 straight games? What I would say, too, Steve, is different from like process 2, as you're saying, is you got to lose this year because the season's a mess. It's obviously turned into a disaster due to the fact that you have injuries. But you're getting those guys back next year. But if you can add another draft pick to Joel Embiid and Paul George and Tyrese Maxey, and then you get back Jared McCain, and you get a draft pick in the top 5 this year, now you've just gave an influx of talent to a team that has high-level all-star players and an MVP returning to them. Now, Steven Tuckerton, you might think Embiid's a shot fighter. You might think that Paul George is a shot fighter. That's a different story. But they're saying we're going to get Embiid back, we're going to get Paul George back, we're going to get Maxey back, we're going to get McCain back. And if we can get a top 5 pick and add him to the influx of the infusion of talent, now we that's why they have to lose 15 straight games to end this season. They absolutely have to. Mike, a 15-game losing streak is crazy, but how Paul George signed to do nothing. Yeah, 15-game losing streak is rough. But guess what? You want on top of that, to whoever texted that in, they lost 5 in a row. They beat Dallas. Before that, they lost 3 in a row. Then they beat Utah. Before they lost 3 in a row, and they beat Golden State. Before that, they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games straight. So they've essentially won 3 of their last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. They've won 3 out of their last 23 games. That is ineptitude at the highest level. So and the sad part is, they won a couple games that they beat Golden State, where they had no business beating that team.
Right, Quentin Grimes went off in that game, and everyone was like, what's going on here?
They won on the road at Dallas. Like, okay, you're on the road. I know Dallas is on some tough times here.
Yeah, Dallas got 10 guys on the injured list. So that was kind of like just a weird set of circumstances.
And by the way, Dallas is now out of the playoff play-in. They
Right.
fell out of it the other night. Now Phoenix is now in the play-in. Phoenix was the Sixers of the West, and all of a sudden they started to play some better basketball, and now they're in, and Dallas is out. But you went on the road and beat Dallas. If you lose that game, just think about where Philadelphia is right now. They're 1 game closer to Charlotte. The Quentin Grimes story will be one that goes down. You're going to look back and say, why, Quentin? Why?
No, you're going to say, why Daryl Morey? Why? Why did Daryl Morey acquire a guy?
Well, listen, at that time, they were trying. At the deadline, they were still
part of the
trying.
problem. They were trying when everyone else knew that it was cooked.
To be fair, we've been all ripping, or a lot of people have been ripping Morey. I mean, I can't really blame Morey here for what happened this season.
Again, not for this season. I'm talking about the deadline.
No, but I'm saying, here's another deal that Morey has won the deal. Another trade that he found a guy that was better than the guy he gave up. So, again, it's another thing that why I think people should at least trust that Morey knows how to find talent. He got Jared McCain. He got, Maxey. He's gotten players. He's won these trades. They got so snake bitten this year.
They did.
For the people that were like, Morey stinks, he hasn't done anything, a lot of the moves that he's made have worked out for them in the past.
And I agree with you on that. My point is that when they had that losing streak, right, where they just couldn't win any games leading up to the deadline, and then they randomly had that one game that they won, and it was almost like the Sixers took that one game that they won, and they treated it like, see, there's hope, and we're going to go out and do something.
Well, the precipice of why they made the trade, yeah, you could certainly say you should have known you were out of it. Why are you getting this guy? Unless, again, they're looking at Quentin Grimes as a role player for their future to say, we like this guy and we think we can get him on the cheap. and have him be our super six man next year. He could be the guy who comes off the bench and scores. I don't know. But again, it's a trade where they won that trade, no question about it. It's now coming back to bite them.
Right, it's coming back to bite them now. It's been counterproductive.
Clarence from Delaware chimed in. Oh, he's the one who said 15-game losing streak. That's Clarence in Delaware. Oh, he followed it up by putting his name. Thank you, Clarence. I appreciate when you sign your name to your comment there. Mike, this season will be worth it if they hit on the pick. They can't be like the Warriors a few years ago where they were second and missed on the pick. Hey, listen. Anytime you're in the lottery and you take a swing at getting a high-talented player, you got to hit. That's part of the reasons why the process to many people did not work is because they ended up not getting the most talented players when they were in position to.
And also, Andrew Brennan has talked about that. The NBA is the biggest swing and miss of all the 4 pro sport drafts. That the hit rate in the first round of the NBA is lower than the other.
There's just not a lot of talent. You get 60 guys in the draft, and when you have 60 guys in the draft, you might be lucky if 15 of them
pan out,
turn into NBA rotational players, right? If you have a draft featuring 60 guys, if 15 to 20 of the 60 become role players, rotational players, you might get 5 to 6 players who are starters. and or borderline all-stars.
Right. Like, people don't realize, when the Warriors drafted James Wiseman, people applauded that move. People thought that was a great move because it was like, hey, what do the Warriors need? They need a big man. They need a guy who's going to block shots and rebound. It just didn't work out. It wasn't like they were drafting another random guard. But the problem is in every NBA draft, you can go through the players and be like, bust, bust, starter, bust, 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 starter. It's just the way it is.
Yeah. Funny. Right now, somebody texted in and said if the Sixers end up with the 6th pick, I don't think they can get the 6th pick. If they get the 6th pick, they have to give that to Oklahoma City.
No, it's top 6 protected.
Oh, okay. I thought it was anything from 6 to the
7.
end. Gotcha. So I thought, I was thinking that it was from 6 to 30 they have to give to Oklahoma City. You only got the pick if it was in the top 5. So it's top 6 protected. Okay.
Right.
So if the Sixers got the 6th pick, this is funny. So Cooper Flagg, by most accounts, is the number 1 overall pick.
Correct.
And we don't even know if he's going to enter the draft.
Right.
The next 2 picks by a lot of mock drafters out there are both Rutgers players, and Rutgers weren't even good enough to get in the tournament. Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, by most mock drafts, are the 2nd and 3rd player in this draft, and they couldn't even get Rutgers into the tournament.
Right.
Now, there is the Baylor kid, Edgecombe. A lot of people like him in that top 5, and then Trey Johnson from Texas is the other guy that would probably be that fifth guy. Now, if you're looking for the guy, he said if the Sixers had the 6th pick, you do have a little bit of a drop there.
Do we really think Trey Johnson's going to drop far enough, though?
I see a lot of mock drafts have him in the 5 spot.
Because, I think Trey Johnson might be
this
the
is a
second
mock
best player in
draft.
the draft.
This is a mock draft that was posted an hour ago based on where we are after watching the Sweet 16 and everything.
I get it. I look at Trey Johnson as I think he is potentially a bona fide NBA scorer. Like, he's got that scoring it factor.
So right now they have Philadelphia taking Trey Johnson with the 5th pick. But he has 6th. Now you got the other Duke kid. Come on,
Proctor?
Malik. What'd you say?
Proctor?
No, come on, Malik.
Oh, Malik.
Yeah. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. There's a drop-off the next level. If you're in the 6th spot, now you want that pick anyway. In fact, they have another Duke kid before Proctor, Kneppel.
Okay, Kneppel. I can see that.
I'm trying to see.
I like Proctor a lot. But the problem for Proctor is I feel like he's duplicitous with Maxey and McCain. So
I don't see him in this mock draft. Maybe he's not entering. I don't know.
Maybe he's not entering.
Actually, is that him right there? Nope. There's another Duke kid, Isaiah Evans, going 32. All right. Well, to answer Jeff's question, if you're in that spot, Trey Johnson, you're hoping that he's in that area right
the Sixers
there.
got Trey Johnson. I mean, that would be a win-win. I mean, the guy's long, he scores, he's athletic.
Wasn't supposed to be like this. Wasn't supposed to be like this.
Sometimes you got to make lemonade out of lemons, Mike.
Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Don't forget, Thursday, we're going to be live at Maynard's in Margate watching Phillies opening day. It's going to be Zach Wheeler on the mound. We would imagine Trey Turner's going to be hitting leadoff. And you'll hear coming up next here on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN, one of the Phillies' best leadoff men of all time weighs in on who he'd like to see hit leadoff this season. You'll be surprised at his answer. That's next. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
I like the traditional lineup of having the speed up top and not bogging it down in the middle. And I think Trey did a good job there, throughout his whole career. He's bounced 1, 2, and 3. I would like to see him lead off, get him a chance to get on base, run the bases, put pressure on for the big boys when Bryce gets up there and Schwarber hitting those bombs. But I don't make those decisions. That's above my pay grade.
Jimmy Rollins on the Takeoff podcast with John Clark says he'd like to see Trey Turner be the leadoff man. That's the greatest leadoff hitter in the history of the Philadelphia Phillies, arguably. But is he right? Should the Phillies listen to J-Roll? He says, it's not me that makes those decisions. But he says Trey Turner would be his leadoff man. He explains why he thinks Kyle Schwarber hitting in the leadoff hole actually restricts Trey Turner.
Schwarber is a good hitter. He's patient at the plate. But when he's on base in front of Trey, that kind of slows Trey down, for obvious reasons. And why not turn those home runs to 2- and 3-run home runs? And I know they say you lead off once a game, but it does change the way a pitcher and the other team sets up how they face the lineup. When you have speed at the top and power throughout.
All right, so his reasoning really is, hey, you're slowing things down, clogging up the bases with Schwarber there. Is Jimmy Rollins onto something here? Listen, he's not wrong. I'm a proponent, and I'm not a guy who says you got to get Schwarber out of the leadoff hole. Schwarber gets on base. That's what you need from your leadoff man. You got to get the leadoff man. Having a fast leadoff man, if he's not on base, doesn't do you any good. So I think when you look at the decision to use Schwarber in the leadoff hole, they're just saying, look, this is a guy who gets on base a lot. It's unconventional, yes, but he gets on base and sets the tone sometimes by starting games off with home runs. But as Jimmy Rollins is saying, hey, it kind of restricts Turner a little bit. Now, he details his experience of, look, he liked hitting leadoff, Jimmy Rollins. But you remember, there were times where Jimmy Rollins had to hit in like the number 3 hole when the team was, guys were hurt, they were struggling a little bit, and they had to, move him around. So here's Jimmy Rollins talking about kind of detailing his experience having to hit outside of the top spot in the order.
I had to hit third when Chase went down, and I tell you what, it's completely different than batting leadoff. And I didn't realize that until I got in that position. It's different what your job as a leadoff hitter is. You're the one to get the party started. They're not trying to pitch around you, especially not early in the game. You're going to get a couple pitches to hit, and the way that Trey can drive the ball out the yard, give him that advantage. And maybe, like I said, it becomes more disciplined because he's getting better pitches to hit.
More discipline. That's the part that catches my ear right there. More discipline. What's been the problem with this team? They chase at bad pitches. They swing at pitches out of the zone. Trey Turner, is he going to be more disciplined hitting in the leadoff spot? Don't know if I have the answer to that question for you. But what I would say is this. Dave Dombrowski said the other day, he said, quote, I have people who ask me the same question. You'd be surprised how insignificant it is. Really, it's amazing to me. People that are very, very intelligent that do this from an analytical perspective. It's surprising how insignificant it is. All right, that is the quote from Dave Dombrowski. And that is referring to the batting lineup. To which I have to say, Dave, I got to disagree with you a little bit here. Now, I don't think it's the be-all, end-all. I don't think the Phillies are going to win 120 games if Trey Turner hits leadoff and 90 games if he doesn't. But there's a reason why you don't take a dartboard and just throw it up there and say, let's hit this guy 1 and this guy 2 and this guy 3, depending on where the dart lands. You don't just pick the names out of a hat and make your lineup, right? There's a reason why, you ever see those Facebook things where they're like, hey, this is the travel ball team's batting lineup, and it's like, most popular kid on the team lead off, teacher's pet second, coach's son bats third. Like, there's a reason why they're like that, because there is some rhyme or reason to where a batting lineup is. That's why Bryce Harper hits third. The best player generally in the game's history, the best player is hit third. The first guy in the order has been a guy who gets on base, has some speed, he steals bases. That doesn't mean it has to be a guy who's fast and steals. It might be a guy who's a high on-base percentage. But for Dombrowski to downplay the lineup configuration as it doesn't really it's insignificant, I think that's disingenuous.
It also feels like Dombrowski is going almost out of his way to try to. The organization and him seem to be going out of their way to be like, hey, there's nothing to see here. There's no problem here. Everything's going to be fine. When it's like, but Dave, you haven't been back to a World Series in 2 years, so it's kind of not fine.
Listen, there's a lot of luck that goes into making a World Series. I can certainly, you're not going to – the best team doesn't always get there. How many times have we seen the number one seed get knocked out, the division champion not make it? Happens a lot. The Braves won those divisions 2 years in a row, and they lost to the Phillies. The better team doesn't always win. So it's a shame that this team hasn't been able to get through the door. And the year that they got to the World Series, they weren't the best team. But as you just kind of pointed out, Dombrowski and this Phillies team, they're playing this off like it's insignificant. Like
Right.
It doesn't matter what happens here. So they're thinking about. Now, we don't know that they're going to do this. There's been some speculation that they're going to rotate the leadoff hitter.
Correct.
Here's what J-Roll says about that.
If it's something that's discussed beforehand and both guys are comfortable with it, then it's whatever. A lineup can flip that way. I think it's stuff we can go from 1 to 3 and back and forth. But 1-2, in that situation, knowing that it's lefty or righty, you know who you're facing, and both guys are comfortable with it, then cool. But if both guys want to be left alone, pick me a spot and let me be there, then that's what it will be.
Okay, so who's the guy who steps up and says, I don't want to do it, right? I don't think that happens. But there might be one guy who says, I really don't want to do it, but I also don't want to say I don't want to do it. And if that's the case, then maybe you're not getting the most out of that guy, right? I go to Trey Turner. You want to hit leadoff or you want to hit 2? I'll do whatever the team needs me to do. And then you go to Kyle Schwarber and say, do you want to hit 1 or 4? Well, I really want to hit 4. I really want to hit 1, but I'll hit 4 if you really need me to. That's not what you want to hear. That's not the way you hope anyway. Now, I don't know.
Now, I will say, it has been said by a lot of people who cover the team, like Todd Zalecki and guys like that this team is very much all in whatever the you need, coach. They have that kind of attitude. Now, just because you say that, though, Mike, as you know, it doesn't mean it's going to work out. You may have everybody be willing to move up and down the lineup. It doesn't mean that it's going to play out the way you hoped.
Ruben Amaro, you just mentioned Todd Zalecki. Ruben Amaro is a member of the Phillies Show podcast, and he was asked whether he, as a former GM, likes the way the Phillies are approaching this, where they may rotate their leadoff hitters.
I love it. I know that guys, want to feel comfortable in their slot and that kind of stuff, but they have the kind of guys, especially the first 4 or 5 hitters. I don't think they really care where they hit in the lineup, other than perhaps Harper. I think Harper probably wants to hit 2 or 3. But again, he's part of this formula as well. I just think that they're fine with it if they feel like this is the best thing for the team.
All right. If he's right, then so be it. I'm not going to, like I said, I personally think, I have no problem with Schwarber hitting there, but I personally think they do need to shake it up a little bit because they have shown that this lineup configuration, teams have kind of figured you out a little bit. They have figured out how to pitch some of these guys, where to pitch them, how to kind of navigate their way through this lineup. And if you shake it up a little bit, you are putting guys in positions where they have been comfortable before. Turner won a World Series hitting leadoff in Washington in 2019. So he has shown I can hit leadoff for the best team in the league. Kyle Schwarber is a guy who has hit leadoff for the most part in his career. He's the one guy that you have to say, okay, Kyle Schwarber, are we maximizing Schwarber by hitting him in a different spot other than number 1? Now, I think the obvious answer is when you look at his power numbers, you would say, well, it can't hurt to try him there. Now, that being said, Kyle Schwarber in his career has hit leadoff far more than he has hit in the number 1 spot in the order. In fact, you know how many times Kyle Schwarber in his career, which, by the way, Kyle Schwarber has played in his career up to this point 1,129 games, okay? 1,129 games. You know how many times in those 1,129 games he has hit in the cleanup spot?
I would guess 100.
Less. He has played almost 1,200 baseball games. He has hit in the cleanup spot 81 games. So you're talking about a guy who hits 40 home runs almost a season, and he's only hitting the lead in the number 4 hole 81 times. Now, he's hit leadoff 505 games. Almost half of his games that he has played as a major leaguer have been in the leadoff spot. So he has hit 151 home runs. 151 home runs for Kyle Schwarber of his 284 home runs. More than half of his home runs have been as the leadoff man. So you think Kyle Schwarber feels more comfortable hitting 1 or 4?
Obviously 1.
Obviously 1. And his numbers in the 4 hole, he's only batted there 81 times. But his numbers there are pretty good. In the 4 hole, in the 81 games that he has played, his batting average is higher there than any other spot in the order, 271. His on-base percentage in the 4 hole is higher than any other spot, 371. In 81 games in the 4 hole, he has 20 home runs and 45 RBI. He has the best numbers if you map them out as a 4 hole hitter. Yet, he's only hit there 81 times in this career. He's hit leadoff 505 games. He's batted second in 121 games. He's hit third 33 games. He's hit fourth 81 games. He's hit fifth 138 times. He's hit sixth 147 times. And then 7, 8, 9, all under 40 times. So, from that perspective, you have the possibility of maximizing 2 players by moving them into different spots in the lineup. It's not to say that Schwarber isn't a good leadoff hitter, shouldn't hit leadoff. It's just, can I get more from both of these guys by moving them someplace else?
And it goes back to what Jimmy Rollins was saying. The idea that how can we maximize what Trey Turner does? And when you maximize what Trey Turner does, you might also, at the same time, get more out of Schwarber.
Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, our Phillies mailbag. If you have a Phillies question for Frank Klose, text it in right now, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973 on the text board. Frank Klose answers your Phillies mailbag questions. Coming up in 15 minutes from now, plus it's the final day for you to enter for a chance to win Phillies home opener tickets. If you want to win the Phillies home opener tickets, today is your last chance to enter. That sounder, your cue to call, is going off this hour on the Sports Bash. 251 Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Let me tell you about my friends at Game Day Men's Health, Egg Harbor Township. 1 in 4 men in their over the age of 30 have low testosterone levels. So if you're chasing peak performance, trying to reignite that intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health is defining a new era in men's health, delivering premium testosterone replacement therapy, and they remove the stigma around ED and support weight loss with medical treatments and vitamin therapy. It's a great spot. Very, very cool spot. Go check them out. Free consultation. And ask the question. See what it's all about. Check out Game Day Men's Health, EHT, 609-365-7088. Or visit them on English Creek Avenue in EHT. Great facility. Really nice spot back there. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. 609-403-0973 on the text board. 609-403-0973 on the text board. If you have a text, Phillies question you want Frank to answer, he is coming up in about 8 minutes from now. Matt Cape May Courthouse says, Mike, the Sixers should have started the tank in January. People that don't care or want this draft pick and criticize Embiid and George have no common sense. If you don't believe in Embiid and George, then you should want the draft pick even more. That could easily be their replacement. Well, man, I don't think they not care about the draft pick. I think they just don't care about the team right now, which is worse, right? The apathy started the process. They said, well, nobody cares about us anyway. What's the difference if we lose for a couple more years? And hence the process was born because nobody cared about them when they were mediocre. Well, guess what? They're mediocre. Their mediocrity the last couple of seasons, and then this one falling off the wagon, has now put them in position where people have completely lost interest in the franchise. So they got to reignite that spark, and quickly. Similar to where the Phillies are heading. And we'll get into the Phillies coming up with Frank Klose, our Phillies insider, next. But first, I need caller 6 and I need caller 7. This is one of your final chances to enter to win tickets to see the Phillies home opener on Monday. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7. You are entered for a chance to win tickets to see the Phillies home opener, comes with a parking pass, or Metallica live at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. 2 grand prize winners. You must be present to win this Thursday for our Phillies opening day watch party at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue. We will see the qualifiers there on Thursday. Good luck. Hour 2 of the Sports Bash. It's brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for a generation. Mike Gill here, you out there. Frank Klose, our Phillies insider, 97.3 ESPN.com, is back for another season, which starts on Thursday. We'll be live at Maynard's in Margate for the Phillies opening day watch party. And our qualifiers, Shane in Egg Harbor Township. Shaner. He got through. Good job, Shaner. Brian in Cape May Courthouse and Chuck in Port Norris. A couple bonus entries today on the Sports Bash. It's our final day, so you could get in as a bonus entry today on our last day on the Sports Bash. All the way tonight through game night. Listen for your cue to call. All right, Phillies insider Frank Klose is back for another season as it is on the horizon. I will ask you, Frank, your Twitter mentions or X platform probably has a little bit more Philly stuff going on than others. Do you sense apathy entering this season, or do you sense excitement entering this season, or somewhere in the middle?
I don't know, Mike. I think for some people, they feel like the sky is falling. I mean, I guess the expectations of some fans at this point are to add a superstar every single season, every single off season. Phillies kind of mostly kept the course from last year. Jesus Luzardo was their big off-season acquisition, although Jordan Romano could turn out to be a really nice pickup too. But I think some didn't think the Phillies did enough, and in fact, it's been actually a little bit overwhelming, I think, to see a lot of these people really worried about where the Phillies are at right now, as if they didn't win 95 games last year.
Well, that's where it comes into play. They win 95 games, and then they get disappointing exits. They have lost in the playoffs as the better team essentially the last two seasons. I think the World Series, they were not the better team against the Astros, and they lost. But they have lost as the better team twice. And I think people going through these 162-game seasons, it's hard for them to kind of get back up for another season where they don't really believe that much has changed. Do we think that more has changed than the eye beholds here?
Not really. The Phillies kind of swapped out one reliever for another, Jeff Hoffman for Jordan Romano, and Carlos Estevez really wasn't replaced, although the Phillies certainly could make a trade deadline deal to add another back end of the bullpen type arm like they did last year. And, I think they're starting rotations deeper. Jesus Luzardo is a really nice player. That Andrew Painter could be waiting in the wings at least this season. And I know we'll talk about the fifth starter, but, the Phillies actually have Joe Ross, who's probably a more reliable backup plan than Spencer Turnbull was last year due to health. Joe Ross has generally been healthy in his career, so you could argue they're a tick better. When you consider the likes of Bryson Stott's probably going to be better, Jose Alvarado is probably going to be better than last year, and certainly the two of them look better than they did last year. But yeah, it's almost like the expectation level has been raised. I think back to 2007, and even Jimmy Rollins said this: just getting to the playoff was their World Series, and then you get to the point where anything but a World Series championship isn't good enough. So, that's a high standard to hold. And I think Phillies fans, after watching them fall short the last 2 years, it's World Series or bust at this point.
Jimmy Rollins said on a podcast with John Clark, the Takeoff podcast, that he prefers Trey Turner to hit leadoff. I know we've gone back and forth and everybody, but he said he thinks that Schwarber hitting in front of Turner kind of impedes Turner a little bit. Do you see, do you like what they're talking about potentially doing by switching leadoff hitters based on what handed the pitcher is?
I think that's silly. Personally, of course, Jimmy Rollins is probably biased as a leadoff hitter, speedy shortstop himself, so I am of that same mind. I'd like to see the fast guy get on base. I'd like to see the best hitter hitting second and getting that speedster home, getting off to a quick lead. Now, of course, Kyle Schwarber had plenty of leadoff home runs, but you saw last year that as you went through the lineup, you needed that power further down. So I personally prefer to see Trey Turner as a leadoff hitter. I realize they started out that way when Turner was signed, but kind of gave up on that as he struggled early on and he just never seemed to find himself back there. So I am one who does believe that that's the better option. Now, granted, when Turner was struggling, I kind of shrugged my shoulders and said, well, they seem to win with Kyle Schwarber leading off, so whatever. But I don't get the back and forth. I personally would just stick with it. I think to a certain extent, at least with some of the players looking at their splits, I don't think you need to be too finicky with the lefty righty stuff. I would just pick the lineup and run with it.
They went down to the final day, and they decided Cody Clemens over Buddy Kennedy. Now, Dave Dombrowski admitted, he said, I asked Rob Thompson, and basically Rob said, I don't have any use for Buddy Kennedy. He's not going to hit for anybody. He's not going to play all that much. So they just went with Cody Clemens. And obviously this isn't a huge decision in terms of the big picture of the season here, but they're going to go with Cody Clemens here. I guess the question I have wrapped into that is, you look at Cody Clemens, Edmundo Sosa, Rafael Marchand, looks like Rojas. Is this a deeper team than last year, or do you look at that and say, they're not deeper either?
I would say so. I mean, one of the things that happens when you commit the designated hitter spot to a straight designated hitter, you kind of hurt your bench, right? It seems like the bench is so small, but if Schwarber was a regular in the field, you wouldn't think that. So I think a lot hinges on whether you actually get to play Schwarber at first base and left field, as you saw him do during spring training, because that does kind of free you up a little bit in other ways and allows other players to get their turn in the designated hitter slot. So, I think that Edmundo Sosa is a really nice bench piece. I think you want to have somebody who is strong up the middle with defense. If you're fourth outfielder, I think you want him to be defensive, and certainly Johan Rojas is that. And in terms of the backup catcher, you kind of go into the season knowing you're going to need your backup catcher playing more, and it's a good time for Rafael Marchand to get his shot. And he's a switch hitter, which is helpful too, although the switch hitter doesn't really actually pinch hit if you're a catcher because they need you to be available if you lose your catcher. So yeah, I think they are a little bit deeper all around. I think you would expect an offensive improvement from Marchand to Stubbs. You gotta at least hope that based upon what you've seen from Rafael Marchand, which at this point is 111 major league at bats, that you're going to get a little bit more from the plate as well as behind the plate. Whereas Garrett Stubbs was just really strong behind the plate and not so much at the plate. So I do think there is a little bit more depth this season, and Clemens making the team, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that he would be the only lefty bench bat. I kind of thought they were very left-handed. If you go down the lineup, the Phillies have many lefties, right? Schwarber, Harper, Stott, Marsh, and now they added Kepler. So they've got a lot of lefties, but they didn't have one on the bench. So I guess that might have been why they went that direction. And in terms of Kennedy not playing a lot, Phillies, I guess, are going to face a lot of right-handed starters in the early going, so you want to have your top lefty bats playing during those games. So I can see why that would be the case. And I think the one position where you're gonna see some more rest, I think you're gonna see behind the plate especially, but then also I think they know they need to get Bryce Harper out of the field now and then, or get Alec Boehm out of the field now and then. So I think Clemens is a good fit for that because you can start him against one of those righties.
Would you think that Clemens is on borrowed time? Is Weston Wilson? That's one of the questions, by the way, in the mailbag that Greg wants to know. What is his future, Cody Clemens? Wilson's coming back here. They're going to have another decision to make here in a couple weeks.
Well, I think this one's actually going to go like the Garrett Stubbs decision when Weston Wilson has a minor league option. To add Weston Wilson to the major league roster, you got to send somebody down. Now, to me, it's not a matter of that Clemens slot. I think it's going to be a matter of the Johan Rojas slot. At some point, you might decide if he's not contributing enough at the major league level, maybe you'll want him to go down to AAA and get some more bats there that they never really got to do last year. Remember, they sent him down, and thanks to injuries, he came right back up to the major league. So I think that's the slot you would look at when you think about Weston Wilson. But because Wilson has that minor league option, I can see him being optioned to AAA and playing a bunch of different positions and just kind of being on alert because Wilson has the ability to play infield. He has the ability to play outfield. And if there's an injury, God forbid, you can call him right up and plug him right in somewhere. So I think that I think Wilson might end up going to AAA once he gets activated from the injured list, and unless the Phillies want to see Johan Rojas getting more playing time and more at bats at AAA. To me, that the Rojas spot is where you're likely to see Wilson factor into.
All right, well, I want to get into that a little bit. What is the messaging for you that Crawford went to AAA? Is there anything that makes you say, sending him to AAA means maybe they would consider calling him up at some point?
I do. I think I was surprised. I thought they would at least want him to get a few more at bats at AA. I thought for sure that he would be ahead of Aiden Miller in the pecking order. In fact, that was a question people asked a couple times over spring training. I think was who would be up first, and I thought that Crawford had a shot. There are 3 outfield positions, so Crawford might have an easier time cracking one of them, especially when he's probably a better defensive center fielder than Brandon Marsh. And if you have an injury to somebody, again, you really hope there's not, but you'll get some good defense in center field, and you'll get some really good speed from Crawford. If based upon what I saw this spring, I think that Crawford is probably a lock for the postseason roster, at least as a speedster, if nothing else. But if the Phillies ever have a need, I can see them bringing him up soon, and getting that AAA experience. He's going to face a lot of pitching that has pitched in the major leagues, people kind of fighting for their life to get back to the major leagues. So that level of competition tends to be a little bit higher than AA, where a lot of prospects kind of get their feet wet. So I think he is. I think he really impressed them this spring. I know he impressed me personally this spring, what I saw of him, and so he's knocking on the door. And if the Phillies need to make a move out of necessity, he could very well be it down the line if they like what his at-bats look like at AAA.
Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com, covers the Phillies. His mailbag is open every Tuesday here on the Sports Bash. Franco and everybody else out there wants to know how much rope for Taijuan Walker. The last time we did a mailbag, he had been pitching pretty well. Not so much his last 2 starts in spring training.
I think I do want to remind everybody, and I kind of say this at the end of the mailbag, but I'm going to start with it. When you get to the end of spring training, sometimes you're only working on that particular pitch or two that you want to work on, and it doesn't matter that the batters know that it's coming. It matters that you get the experience doing it. So, I was personally present for a very good Taijuan Walker start. Obviously I wasn't there for his final one, but I think you have to at least give him a little bit of slack there, because I don't know what he was just working on that day. A lot of times at the end, if you need to work on your curveball, you're throwing nothing but curveballs, and it doesn't matter who hits it. Someday you're working on your fastball, it doesn't matter who hits it, you just throw it because it's spring training and it doesn't matter. But I think that this all depends on how Ranger Suarez does. Yesterday Dave Dombrowski told reporters that he didn't think it would be long, to quote Dombrowski, but he thought maybe a few weeks to ramp up is what you're looking at for Ranger Suarez. So I think that gives Taijuan Walker a good 4 to 5 starts to show that he belongs in the major leagues. And I think that's going to determine his fate. I think if he is absolutely getting knocked around and it is unbearable, the Phillies could go to Joe Ross, who was signed to be a long man. He's kind of in the long man role now. They didn't really stretch him out this spring like they did Walker, but you might have noticed that it was Joe Ross that relieved Walker the other day. So in the final game the other day, what was that? Yesterday, man, these I guess I'm eager for baseball, Mike. But yesterday, Joe Ross was the one to relieve Walker. I think you're going to see Ross kind of on alert the days that Walker pitches to go multiple innings if necessary. And Joe Ross could fill in if absolutely necessary. He has done that role well in the major leagues before. Last year with Milwaukee, he did a pretty nice job, and you might remember him from starting for the Nationals a number of years. But I think unless he is an unmitigated disaster, they're just going to roll with him until Suarez is back. Now, hopefully, you don't have any extra injuries. You always want to knock on wood and hope that there's not. But I think mainly, though, kind of what I said to start this conversation, we need to see him in major league games at the major league level before you really decide. And the Phillies, let's face it, if you start cutting him now, the amount of depth they have is not huge. There's not a whole lot of AAA starters there kind of knocking on the door. I mean, Michael Mercado is probably the next guy, who, by the way, did look pretty good in the spring. But Tyler Phillips, they designated his contract for assignment to add Carlos Hernandez into the bullpen. But so there's not a whole lot of ready to go depth. So if it's only 4 or 5 starts, I think you roll with it, reassess at that point if Suarez comes back, and check in on how your bullpen's doing. I mean, if Hernandez, their late spring claim, is doing pretty well, he could claim a job over Walker in the bullpen.
Well, and the tricky part with Walker, I guess you could speak on this a little further, is the money. I mean, Joe Ross, you would essentially say he's probably a better option to start the 5th game when they need a 5th starter than Walker is. But I'm imagining because they're paying Walker so much, they would at least see if they could showcase him a little bit and maybe catch lightning in a bottle here. Because the weird part for me is, okay, Walker throws well for a couple games. Suarez comes back. Then what do you do with Walker? You got to throw him back to the bullpen. You
do. Yeah, that would be the thing. You do put him back in the bullpen, or I suppose try to move him if that's a possibility, but usually not this time of year. But, this is a game where there's no pitching. Now, if we're being honest, Walker did look good at the beginning of spring training. Again, his last 2 starts, at least numbers-wise, didn't look so great. But, if his velocity's back, he probably gives you at least something. And let's remember, he's going to be in the 5th starter spot. He's not there to be your ace, right? So you're going to see you're going to see the if you can get the performance of a 5th starter, then you're probably all right.
All right, Frank, let's take a look at some of the other things that are going on. Of course, Dave Dombrowski said that Suarez should not be out for long, so we might not see too much of Walker here, hopefully. But one of the big questions will be what has developed for Jesus Luzardo. He's been a guy that has been up and down in this spring training. He's looked great at times, and other times he's got hit around. I think, you talk about he's the big acquisition for them. What has developed new pitches, or who has developed new pitches besides Luzardo? Let's take a look at Luzardo and what he brings, and then are we going to see anything different from the guys that are back here?
By the way, I think that Luzardo, I think his ERA, if you look at just the numbers, is a little deceptive from his spring. I did watch one start where he was just absolutely dominant. Then he gave up back-to-back home runs, I think, in the one shot that kind of messed with his ERA. But, I thought he looked really good. And you never know when you're building up that strength, kind of where it's going to go. So I don't put a whole lot of stock in that. And I think the one thing to note is, yes, he was indeed working on a pitch. So, he had a traditional slider, which he now calls his gyro slider. And then he also developed what a new baseball lingo they call a sweeper, which is another variation of a slider. So he has been working on some stuff. And, when you go into spring training games and you have the job locked down, you'll play around with these pitches. So I'm not that worried about what the numbers were on the field. I personally thought that when he was locked in, he looked really good this spring. And so I think that is worth noting, that he was indeed working on a couple of things and trying to differentiate that gyro slider from the sweeper. Now, a couple other pitchers in camp that were working on things, Jose Alvarado, Christopher Sanchez, each of them were working on something. Alvarado working on his curveball, and you saw Christopher Sanchez trying to get his slider better. And by the way, I've said a couple times, I think the Phillies will miss Ryan Caplan, who left the organization to become the head pitching coach for the Arizona Diamondbacks. But he worked in tandem with Caleb Cotham, and Kaplan's actually going to be replaced by one of his old associates from Cressy Sports Performance, which is one of those independent sports performance firms. I think they're located in Florida and Massachusetts. But Mark Lowy, he is going to replace him, so he's kind of locked into that same philosophy. But you've seen that Phillies pitching staff really turn Christopher Sanchez around, turn Jose Alvarado around. Now, both of those pitchers were known as high velocity, low command pitchers that were kind of fledgling for the Rays. Phillies picked them both up and really turned them in, Sanchez literally into an all-star. And we saw Jose Alvarado near dominant at the end of 2022 and all of 2023, and he looks that way so far in 2025. So I'm going to add to this list. Now, they haven't had a chance to work with Carlos Hernandez yet, who the Phillies just claimed from the Royals, but he kind of fits that same mode, a hard thrower with some issues with command and consistency at time. I bet you they're really eager to get to work with him, and I personally would like to see what they can do with him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, this bullpen, I don't know, would you characterize this bullpen as a better bullpen than the one you had last season?
At the end, this is hard to say. I mean, I think that,
which is, their bullpen let them down in the playoffs, no question.
They did.
It was one of the reasons why they won 95 games.
I mean, I'll put it this way: you lost Jeff Hoffman, you lost Carlos Estevez. Based upon last year, you kind of don't want to lose those two arms. But this year, you have a reinvigorated Jose Alvarado, and then you also added Jordan Romano, who looks like the all-star closer he was 2 years prior. So both of them looking really good, probably capably replace Hoffman and Estevez. Now, I guess the big question is how's Strom going to do? Looks like he may make this roster. Now I don't think they've officially sent it out yet, but Strom was looking okay. I know they were going to try to get him some minor league work and then reassess. But Phillies have till Thursday at noon to get that final roster in. But of course, if Strom is set back, that's not as good as last year because Strom was an all-star. But you got to feel good about the Phillies bullpen, especially with Romano and Alvarado. If they went this spring, they seem to go from question marks to really, really nice pieces. So if they are things that you can count on, then I think you feel a lot better about this bullpen. And Ryan Kerkering, if he continues to grow as a reliever, I think when he came up, people thought he had the potential of being a closer someday. He'll be working his way towards the back of the bullpen. He'll probably be the second man up from the right side, and most of the other cast is still around. So I think this is a pretty decent bullpen right now, and I think what we've seen with the Phillies, every trade deadline they tend to improve it some too. So whatever hole that they have come July, I would expect them to make a move. But certainly if you've got a dominant Alvarado and Romano at the back end, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, well, I would say this. If Romano is the guy he was in Toronto the previous two seasons, not last year, obviously he was hurt, he was awesome. I mean, he was really good. He looked I saw him throw, I guess, Friday. Did he throw in Dunedin? I think he did. He has been really good. He reminded me of the guy that we saw. I remember he would come in against the Phillies. You see this guy with the shaggy hair, and he's just throwing gas. He looks pretty solid. I love Kerkering. The Hoffman-Estevez duo at the end, are they better than a Romano-Kerkering at their best? An improved Alvarado, I think, is key. Is Strom going to be as good as he was last year? And then the other guys, I think that you might have better options outside of the guys this year than you did last year.
Yeah, I personally really like Joe Ross, too. Last year was kind of the first time in his career he kind of went with that swingman role with the Brewers, and he seemed to do a pretty good job there. So I wouldn't be shocked if he surprises a lot of people, kind of as that could be long man, but maybe on a day where everybody's tired, he picks up some big outs at the end kind of guy. So I think Ross, we shouldn't sleep on Ross either. I think he is a really good addition to this Phillies bullpen.
Frank Klose, everybody. Season starts Thursday. We have the Phillies mailbag for you each and every week here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Another season is here, man. We will be certainly keeping our eyes on this Phillies team, who, of course, it's World Series or bust. And if not, probably a very big change to what this team might look like next year. All right, Frank, we'll talk to you.
Good to talk to you, Mike.
Yeah, as always, Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com, Phillies insider here on the Sports Bash. All right, plenty more to come. There's your Phillies for the day. And, of course, we have our Phillies reports each and every day here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, it's our draft report. We're going to look at the NFL draft as the Eagles have – we're going to look at the Eagles' depth chart as is right now, and then see what places in the draft they can improve that depth chart. The Eagles did sign a offensive lineman, I guess it was maybe right at the end of my show last night or sometime right around there. Whatever it was. It was yesterday. Kendall Lamb, 10-year veteran. He started. He'll be your new swing tackle. He'll be the guy who replaces Fred Johnson. Started games last year for the Dolphins. He's played 119 games. Texans, Browns, Titans, Dolphins, 44 starts. He'll replace Fred Johnson. He was the guy they signed last night. So some quick Eagles news there. We'll talk about how he fits in for Football at 4 today. But coming up next, we go NFL Draft with Ric Seritella from NFL Draft Bible right here on the Sports Bash. All right, 331 Sports Bash. This hour is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling. We're looking at the draft, which is almost a month away. We are, well, I guess, inside a month now, April the 24th, a Thursday night. You can listen to the draft right here on 97.3 ESPN. Ric Seritella, NFL Draft Bible, all access right now. He'll know exactly, I'm pretty sure, the exact days that we have until the NFL Draft. How many days away are we to the draft?
We are exactly 30 days, Mike Gill, to the 2025 NFL Draft. Buckle up.
30 days until the NFL Draft. So we still have a little bit of time, a lot of speculation, I guess, between now and then. But give me a couple little, you got the Draft Bible. You guys, you and Baldy doing a lot of great work on the draft here. What are some of the stories as we get inside a month that you're looking at right now?
Well, we had our guy Baldy at the Miami Pro Day yesterday. It's gym short and T-shirt season, Mike. It's time to do the 10-step drop back, sidearm, deep ball, 85-yard bomb down the sideline, But you got to say, it's part of the process, and checking off the boxes is what Cam Ward did. He bypassed the Senior Bowl. He opted out of the Combine. And so, one of the things we picked up is he's pretty much been working on that 58, 60 throw script for the past 3.5 months. So you don't want to see any balls hit the carpet. I think it's fascinating right now, I guess, depending on which website you look at. But Shedeur Sanders is the odds-on favorite to be the number 3 overall pick in the draft. I find that fascinating because the Cleveland Browns picking number 2, I believe, would be highly interested in a quarterback, especially the caliber of Shedeur Sanders, who is my number 1 quarterback. I like him over Cam Ward. I think we've gotten into that a little bit on the show. And then, I guess quarterbacks are a big storyline because depending on who you're listening to, Jackson Dart, could he sneak into the first round? Could he sneak into the top 10? I think it's crazy if you look at Jackson Dart and Jalen Milroe side by side. I mean, I'm all about upside, Mike. And Jalen Milroe reminds me a little bit of Lamar Jackson, reminds me a little bit of Jalen Hurts. Not a refined passer, heck of a scrambler, but you see the flashes of greatness in Jalen Milroe. So I think quarterbacks are going to be a hot topic. Everybody loves the QB carousel, and it's all intertwined with Aaron Rodgers and Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson and the whole bag of bunch.
Yeah, well, generally, Rick, quarterbacks are the story in these drafts. Is that, in your mind, we're a month out, are they going to be the stories of this draft?
Well, I for good or for better or for worse, I suppose, right? Because they're going to be under the microscope. They're going to be expected to turn around a franchise. When you're taken in the first round, I don't care what pick you are, 1 or 32, you're expected to be a franchise quarterback. You're expected, if you're going 1, if you're going 3, to elevate that franchise. So they're always going to be the talk of the draft. I think there's some bust factor. A lot of people think the bust factor is with Shedeur Sanders. I think Shedeur Sanders has been so consistent going back to his time at Jackson State. He hasn't skipped a beat. Cam Ward is the guy, the 0-star recruit, the 7th-year senior, the guy that, had to transfer up to various pit stops to prove himself. I think comes with a little bit more question marks, but that's just me. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I think, at the end of the day, this draft is going to be remembered for Travis Hunter. We toss around the phrase generational talent. I had to go pick up some old Draft Bible publications to go see where Travis Hunter stacks up in just regards of the overall grade coming out of college. Like I can't remember such a clean, polished prospect. Jake Long was pretty good. This kid Travis Hunter is just clean, and he could be an all-pro at 2 positions. I mean, that's going to be the story of the draft. That's going to be the guy. If you had to say who we fit in 20 years in the 2045 Hall of Fame induction ceremonies, give me Travis Hunter.
All right, the Giants, if they end up with Shedeur Sanders, what does that do for this Giants team?
Well, it gives them hope. It gives them aspirations to get back to being competitive because, quite frankly, Mike, you don't want to go into the season with Jameis Winston under center. All right. I'd love, I see the Giants fans are, it's a honeymoon phase. They're all excited for the sound bites. Let's see how entertaining it is when the Giants are 0-4 and their season's over before the New York Yankees in October. Okay. We'll see how much fun the fans are having with the media sound bites. So to me, Shedeur Sanders gives them somebody that can get them back to competing. And it gives them somebody with an upside. Like, what is the upside with Jameis Winston? Maybe we can recapture the form where he threw for 5,000 yards. And, yes, by the way, that comes with 30 interceptions. Like, you just can't win in the National Football League throwing 2 picks a week. So with Shedeur Sanders, you have somebody that is going to give you hope and competitiveness and accountability. And people might laugh at this, maturity. This guy is so ready for the moment, so ready for the big market stage. He's been, I hate to say it, groomed for this, right? He said, listen, I've been hated on my whole life, but we're used to this. We know how to deal with it. We know how to prepare for this. I think it's a match made in heaven, Shedeur Sanders to the Giants.
If Ric Seritella had the number 1 pick, Tennessee, trading it or keeping it? And if you're keeping it, who would you take?
Well, it's easier to say I want to trade it. It takes 2 to tango. Everybody says, oh, trade down, trade down. Well, it's hard to find a partner out there for a equal value price. But if it's me, I'm trading down. I'm staying within the top 3 so that I can ensure myself, hopefully, that I'm getting Travis Hunter. And if not, then Abdul Carter Jr. is not a bad consolation prize. If I couldn't get a trade partner and I'm Tennessee, I'd probably Travis Hunter is so good. I would make the exception of the rule and take Travis Hunter number 1 overall. So that's my dude. But if I'm Tennessee and I can, maybe the Giants want to make sure they get a quarterback. Maybe they want to move up from 3 to 1. I would do that in a heartbeat.
So does it make more sense for Cleveland at 2 to take Hunter, or do they have to go and take a swing for a quarterback?
You could, you put me on the spot because I could justify a case for both. When you're number 2, do you take best player available, or when are you going to have a chance to take a quarterback? Again, if you're the Cleveland Browns, they've taken 5 quarterbacks since 1999, going back to Tim Couch. So I guess, here we go again with Shedeur Sanders. I guess if I'm Cleveland, I'll go with the safer bet. I mean, Travis Hunter to me is that guy. And so, again, I'd have to go Travis Hunter. But to me, I believe Shedeur Sanders is going number 2. I don't see how the Browns bypass him. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think that's where the draft gets interesting. The draft really begins with pick number 2. I think it's all a foregone conclusion that Cam Ward will be number 1 overall.
Yeah, so if that happens, 1, Ward, and then 2, you have the Browns on the board, then the Giants pick 3, and it's, hey, do the Browns want to take another swing at a quarterback, or do they take your best player available? And then the Giants, they have whatever's left over. Do they take the quarterback if he's there, or do they take Hunter? Or is that when the Giants say, look, we've won position player in the past, we got to get an offensive lineman. The Giants then, if both quarterbacks are gone, then what?
Well, I went on Giants.com and I would say take Travis Hunter, but they're so excited about Paulson Adebo and Deontay Banks that they don't think there's a need for Travis Hunter, which I think is absurd. I would go Hunter. I think the interesting tie-in with the round 1 developments, Mike, is also how does the Aaron Rodgers situation play out? Because even though the Giants signed Jameis Winston, the reality is they think, at least inside the building, they believe they're still in the mix for Aaron Rodgers. They believe they're still waiting to hear back from Mr. Rodgers. So they would happily sign Aaron Rodgers if he so decides that Pittsburgh isn't a great fit. And I think that's the other thing is what about Pittsburgh now? If they don't get Aaron Rodgers, they don't want Russell Wilson, are they a factor to trade up? Are they going to pull the trigger on a quarterback in the first round? And if the Giants bypass a quarterback at 3, well, then do they risk losing out on their guy when Seattle or Pittsburgh rolls around? Then they got to try to trade back up into the first round. So the Giants, I don't know if there's a team, somebody made a good point. Like, there's not a more desperate team for a quarterback right now than the Giants, than the Cleveland Browns. They just had Jameis Winston for a whole season and let him walk out the door. That goes to tell you what they think about him. So I think the QB carousel is really the big, fascinating storyline for the next 30 days and into the draft. Like, we talked about a guy like Joe Milton. Where do teams view him after Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward are off the board? Like, would you rather flip the Giants? They just got a compensatory pick in the third round. Would you rather flip that for Joe Milton? Or do you want a guy like Jalen Milroe or Jackson Dart?
All right, Ric Seritella, NFL Draft Bible. What does this mean now for many people's number one player? You have Hunter, I think, as your number one player, but what about Abdul Carter from Penn State? With all these quarterbacks and maybe Hunter, does somebody get lucky and have him in the 4 or 5 or 6 spot in the draft?
I have a hard time seeing Hunter or Carter getting past the 4th overall pick, and you got New England sitting right there at 4, I think would do cartwheels for either one of those guys, right? They just signed Harold Landry from Tennessee as an edge rusher who was with Mike Vrabel, who had a Pro Bowl season with Mike Vrabel. So if they could plug in now Abdul Carter, they signed Milton Williams in the middle with Christian Barmer. I mean, New England would arguably have the best defensive line in the entire National Football League. So you could see how excited they would be for an Abdul Carter. Now, they also signed Carlton Davis at corner. They have Christian Gonzalez at corner. They got a pretty good nickelback at corner. So, like, the whole vibe in New England right now, they're excited about Travis Hunter, not as a cornerback, but they're excited about Travis Hunter coming in and being their de facto wide receiver 1. So, there's a lot of conflicting perspectives. I know you had mentioned around the combine time, Andrew Berry mentions he likes Travis Hunter as a wide receiver. So, I don't think there's as much intrigue in terms of who the players are. I think it'll be Ward, Shedeur, Carter, and Hunter, the first 4. How they come off the board, who's taking them, I think that's where it becomes intriguing.
All right, so when we first started these conversations, Ric Seritella, NFL Draft Bible, I talked about Genty, and, you mentioned, the fact that Pete Carroll is there. Is he the coach that wants to get that running back? And are we in a league now where a running back could go in the top 10? And is this a running back that could go in the top 10?
No doubt about it. Absolutely. We've seen the impact. I mean, look no further than a Saquon Barkley. But look at how Derrick Henry elevated the Ravens. Look at how Josh Jacobs, what he did. And so teams are paying attention. Teams are taking notice. And let's remember, Pete Carroll had success there with the running game in Marshawn Lynch in Seattle. And now, they have a quarterback that would benefit from having a run game. And so Ashton Genty at number 6, it could be possible. I also, think that, you've got to start asking yourself, like, Ashton Genty against Penn State, how much weight do you put into that performance? Because he averaged 7.3 yards per carry on the season. Well, against Penn State, not so good, 3.3. Okay, his only other game to go off of against a real caliber defense was Oregon, which he did his thing earlier in the season, but 2 years ago against Washington, 10 carries for 44 yards, kind of pedestrian. So, you can run through the Mountain West. I don't know if Ashton Genty is going to have the same impact in the NFL. I don't want to discredit his value. I still think he's a top 10 worthy running back, but we shall see. Like, Amarian Hampton out of North Carolina, Cam Scadaboo out of Arizona State. Like, I don't think those guys are as far behind as people think.
All right, Ric Seritella, we are 30 days out from the NFL draft. The Eagles pick 32. Chances of them making that pick, we'll discuss more of that next time. Plus, they've got multiple 5th-round picks. What can you do with multiple 5th-round picks? We'll talk more about that as well. NFL Draft Bible, check them out. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Rick, we'll talk to you, pal.
Appreciate you, Mike. Good to have you back.
All right, Ric Seritella, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Like, subscribe, and repost the show and be a part of it on the text board, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. That's the text board. Get involved, be a part of the show. And coming up in 14 minutes, it's football at 4. Some intel that you need to know with Adam Caplan is coming up. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907. Online, broadlees.net. Adam Caplan from Inside the Birds podcast in 13 minutes. Stick around. All right, 353 Sports Bash. Are you a J-roll guy or Richie Ashburn guy? Leadoff hitter.
J-roll.
See, I don't really have an opinion on this one. It's based on what you value more. If you're like a power guy, stolen base guy, probably a Rollins guy. If you're a batting average guy, on base guy, you'd be Ashburn. I mean, Richie Ashburn was an on base machine, almost 400. Batting average better than Rollins. Rollins had more power, stole more bases. A gentleman on the X platform is watching, and he's saying Richie Ashburn is the best leadoff hitter in Phillies history. And I said, arguably, J-Roll is. Arguably. I mean, depends on what numbers you like more. He says, I ended the argument because I gave you the correct information. No, if you like numbers, I like Rollins more. If I like other numbers, I like Ashburn more. To each their own. More Sports Batch coming up. All right, that's the contest sounder right now. We're running out of time for you to sign up for Thursday's show. We're going to be live at Maynard's in Margate. If you want to be there, be caller 6 and 7 right now, and we'll give out a bonus spot as well. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and 7. We'll do a bonus spot as well this hour on the Sports Bash. You must be present to win. Our Phillies opening day watch party is open to the public. It's at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue. Phillies opening day watch party where we're giving away tickets to the Phillies home opener, which is on Monday. Opening day is Thursday. Phillies home opener is on Monday. Plus, we have Metallica tickets for their shows at Lincoln Financial Field. 2 grand prize winners, 609-573-3776. Good luck. Football at 4, next. Football and 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Don't forget their YouTube channel. Just search Inside the Birds and be a Patreon subscriber to all of their off-season content. We got a lot to dive into as we are 30 days to the NFL draft. And, of course, you can listen to the draft right here on 97.3 ESPN. Adam Caplan is here as he joins us on Tuesdays from the Inside the Birds podcast. Adam, 30 days to the draft, my friend.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm well, Mike. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's right. We're 4 weeks away, so that's we're coming down to crunch time. And, it's funny. We just started, speaking of the draft, we just started our draft series with Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and we dropped the Edge Rusher show today, which is always popular, and the Eagles certainly for the future. The draft is always about the future. Past the season, the Eagles will only have 3 guys in the rotation who are under contract, so clearly a need for the future, not so much this season, but that's something that we talked to Greg about today is the Edge Rush group, and we've got a lot more shows coming up with Greg as we get closer to the draft. But Mike, look, since we talked last, the Eagles have made some moves, there's no question, and there was one move we said we gave the 2 players that they would look at. One of them they got. They were looking for a swing offensive tackle, and that's what they got.
Yeah, they did. They signed last night. That's Kendall Lamb, a 10-year veteran, and I would imagine you probably have more intel on this than I have, but I would think he's the replacement for Fred Johnson.
Yeah, he is. He does not play guard. I'm told, though he plays right tackle, left tackle, at this point in his career, he's probably better off at right than left. He's the kind of guy, Mike, you mentioned Fred Johnson. He's very similar. If your tackle is out for 4 weeks, 4 games, you should be okay. He could hold it down. But the longer he's in there, you talk about 6, 8, 10 games, it becomes a problem. And those are the type of players like the other. We mentioned 2 players, Kendall Lamb. And George Fant. Now, George Fant's a better football player. He's had a number of injuries. He was actually released by the Seahawks this offseason. So he was starting for the Jets and the Seahawks. He was actually a college basketball player who would play tackle in the NFL. This is a great find for the Seahawks. But so Fant's still out there. Kendall Lamb, the Eagles signed. So if you really look at it, Mike, that was quite frankly, other than maybe a depth signing in free agency. That's pretty much it, Mike. Now, could they use another center/guard? Probably. Center to me, Mike, when you look at the Eagles' situation on their offensive line, that's always, look. Landon Dickerson can do it. We know that he did in college. He can do it if Juergens can't play, and we know that Cam's come off surgery for his back. They don't have a lot of choices, so that to me is something to look at. But really, Mike, when we go forward here, the rest of the needs headed to the draft, they're all on defense.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the right guard spot, they think they have an in-house option. Everybody else is back. I mean, for the most part, probably some depth, as you mentioned, on the offense. Maybe a wide receiver, they need some depth. Yeah,
I would say let's look at it very quickly before we get to defense. You got A.J. Brown, Smith, and Dotson are your top 3. Jalen Wilson only does his block. That's really the only way they really use him. Anais Smith, they want him to be, a backup slot receiver, punt returner. He's there. Danny Gray could run. He's more of an outside receiver. Look, they could just make the choice of and Elijah Cooks. Jeff and I had some intel on him when he was brought back. He was brought over from the Jaguars off the practice squad after the Jaguars let him go. He's got really good size. That was San Jose State. He was an undrafted free agent a couple years ago with the Jaguars, but. Look, could they use a veteran? Fine. It's honestly, it's not a big deal. The Eagles were heavy 12 personnel last season. They were 2 receivers, 2 tight ends, 1 back. We know they have a new play caller, but we don't think that's going to change much because they're a running team. Again, Mike, it's to me for this team to make another run, and they certainly could, Mike. I know they've lost a number of players in free agency. They still the core of this football team is still really, really good. It's just. They have some challenges on defense.
We'll get to those now on the defensive side of the ball as we are 30 days to the NFL draft. We'll set where their depth chart is and kind of looked at their pre-draft needs. We looked at wide receiver. They could use some depth there. I think you're right there. Interior line, they got Steen. They got Kenyon Green that they brought in. They probably will add some stuff there. But on defense, this is where when we get to training camp, holy mackerel, if it started today, you've got battles all over the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they have a lot of work to do. Let's get started on the defensive line. So with Milton Williams moving on, there's obviously a big hole there. Now, Jordan Davis, he right now he's on the final year of his rookie deal. He's in year 4. Man, time has really flown. It is amazing. He's still a part-time player. That's not why they drafted him. He did end the season well, Mike, but he needs to have a big offseason. And his 5th-year option is due May 2nd. We'd be stunned if they picked it up. It's just too much money. But, look, they're going to add to that position. The backups now are Byron Young, who didn't play for them after he was claimed off waivers. He didn't really contribute. I think he was active for 1 game, but he never really contributed. Thomas Booker, in very limited time, looked really good. So right now, and Gabe Hall's there, who didn't play last season. He was an undrafted free agent. So right now it's going to be Ojomo and Carter are your starters. If they go with a 5-man front, Davis is in there. But that's it. I mean, Thomas Booker would be the first guy off the bench. They're short one guy. You got to go to training camp with at least 7 D tackles. Now, they don't need to address it in the draft. They could address it in free agency. They could wait. Look, if they don't get what they want in the draft, they could just wait and get a veteran free agent and bring that guy to camp. But they certainly have to add at least 1 defensive tackle by training camp.
Yeah, well, and the defensive tackle spot, I guess, and you can comment on this a little deeper, is do they look at Moro Ojomo as the guy who just kind of migrates to that next role, like his role just becomes bigger, or do they think they need to find someone to kind of replace Milton Williams?
Yeah, that's a good question. So right now, Ojomo would be a starter. He actually played more snaps than Jordan Davis last season, which was stunning. He's a good player. Look, there was a knock on him from a maturity issue coming out of Texas. He was a 7th-round pick 2 years ago. He's done a really good job. The Eagles are really happy with him. They're going to increase his role. But the question to me is, Mike, is he a 70% playtime guy? Is he 40%? That's kind of what you're asking. It's a good question, and they're going to have to figure that out. And they'll have an idea. I mean, obviously, they'll go in the draft with an idea of what they want to do. It's always who's on the board, because I could tell you, Jeff and I have talked about it on our show over the years. We've been privy to some of their draft plans, and I remember there's 1 year they wanted to draft a safety. The guy was taken before him. They wanted Zion McCollum, Tristan McCollum's brother, with the Buccaneers. They didn't have a 5th-round pick. They were going to draft him. They were out of 5th-round picks 1 year. So it just depends on what their board looks like, and they'll go from there. But D tackle is definitely a need going forward.
Yeah, that's a big spot there. Okay, edge is interesting. This one, to me, I like this conversation a lot. We can almost do the whole segment on edge. They've got Jalix Hunt, 3rd round last year. They signed Bryce Huff to a huge deal. Then they take a shot on Josh Uche, and then Ojulari. I thought that was a sneaky pickup last week as well. So give us a thought on the edge rushers as we look at the pre-draft needs at that position.
Yeah, so look, with Bryce Huff, Mike, if they're unable to move him, which is very likely, not impossible, but very likely, because, Mike,
Very likely that they're unable to move him.
Yes. Okay. Mike, here's why, okay? He was a major disappointment, right? I think we kind of all know that. He had no role to end the season when he got healthy. He's owed a lot of money. He's owed $16.75 million. All the cash is fully guaranteed. To last year, the guarantees, by the way. So the Eagles would, if they're going to trade him, they would have to eat a significant amount of money. And I'm sure the Eagles would take anything they can get for him, even if it was like a 6th-round pick. I'm sure they would take it. But because Mike, he not only did he not have a role, it was very clear to us before he had his wrist surgery that Jalix Hunt was going to play over him. Like, that was going to happen. And Jalix Hunt really ended the season well, Mike. So his situation's fluid. Well, I don't think I'd be stunned if they cut him. That's just too much money to eat. They would get a rebate. They have an offset on his contract. They would get a rebate, but that rebate, as I understand it, would not come until next year. So this is just something. Look, they've missed on this player. I understood why they did it. He played great in a wide nine. The Eagles don't really run a lot of the wide nine, and it hasn't worked for him. But let's look at the edge rush group overall. Nolan Smith will absolutely be a starter right now. Now, opposite him, you've got Hunt, you've got Huff, you got Ojulari, and you've got Uche. So the thing is, just for this season, they have enough players. It's not a problem. After the season, Uche's contract's up, Ojulari's contract's up, and Huff, if he's still with the team this year and not moved, the guaranteed money is out of his contract after the season. There's no way to see he'd be here next year. So in 26 and beyond, they're short. They're going to need people. The draft is always about the future, not about this season. Whatever you get out of the season is a plus. There's no question you like to get. Obviously, you're drafting a guy who's going to play this year, so you want to get something out of him. But it's always about the future. So edge rush, Mike, as we move this along, is a clear need. Yes. There's no debate over that for the future. Not so much this season. They have a kid, O'Shawn Mathis, who, by the way, I remember talking to the Rams about him. He's got great size. He was a 6th-round pick in 2023 out of Nebraska. He was on and off the team. He got hurt. Then he went to the Patriots. He's on and off their practice squad. Then the Eagles brought him in. So he's got some talent. So, again, look, if the Eagles don't do anything this season, it's not a big deal. You don't want to force it because, quite frankly, Ojulari is almost certain to be on this team. I like this. This is my favorite free agent signing of the Eagles this year. I mentioned it. I love the signing.
I was just going to say, I feel like Ojulari is going to have a big impact this year. Like that.
If he can stay healthy. If he can stay healthy.
Absolutely.
3 years on IR, that can't happen. But we did the show last week on free agency with Greg Cosell. Phenomenal. Greg broke down Ojulari's tape. He's got great length. He's not tall. He's just over 6'2", but he's got 34 3/8-inch arms, which are left tackle arms. So, yeah, I just think this is a really smart signing. We have not gotten I know it's been reported $4 million, but we don't know if that's correct. So we're waiting for the breakdown on that one. But even if it's $4 million, that's not a lot. That's backup money, but he'll be in the rotation. There's a lot of upside with this group, Mike, and Jalik's son is the wild card. This kid has got so much ability, and he leaves you wanting more, which is a good thing.
Now, you mentioned Ojulari injury. Inside linebacker, you got Nakobe Dean coming off of injury. Nakobe Dean, if he returns, you would have said, okay, he's back. But if he's not there, now you need some depth here. You got Zach Ball, and, of course, you'll also earn Burks.
Yeah, so Dean, we're not expecting him to be ready for the regular season. The question is when. They don't know yet. He's got to get through his rehab for patellar tendon. That's worse than an ACL, by the way. So here's what we do know. Zach Bond is starting, right? You've got Trotter Jr., who they're very high on, but he's a smaller player. Van Sumerman's coming off major knee surgery. And Dallas Gant, who's undrafted free agent out of Toledo. He's a guy that has really good length. He was with the Vikings and Eagles last season. He's a developmental player. He's unlikely to be on the roster. So they can't line up right now. They need to add, Mike, they need to add players. So they'll add at least one more guy at inside backer, and they know that. This is not a secret.
All right, let's finish off with the defensive back room. You got what's going to happen at corner, and then, of course, you got to replace C.J. Gardner-Johnson at safety. So you would think your pre-draft roster needs certainly include these two spots.
Yeah, as we told our Patreon people 3-4 weeks ago that our early intel was they plan, and plans could always change. The Cooper DeJean will be playing nickel this season. Again, they could change their mind. They did draft him to play outside corner, but Vic Fangio, because DeJean got a late start, wanted to start him out and not put him on an island, and he became arguably the NFL's best nickel defender. He's phenomenal. What a super freak athlete, just a great football player. So right now, it's opposite Mitchell at left corner. You've got Ringo and Adoree Jackson, who the Eagles have always liked. We've talked about this guy probably 6 or 7 years with him, connected to the Eagles. So look, they're not done. They'll add another one, but it doesn't have to be in the draft. It could be in free agency. They're too light there. Parry Nickerson's a nickel. Eli Ricks, it's crazy. 2 years ago, he had a pretty significant role. Last year, he basically didn't play on defense. He was the fifth corner. So and then they got Castro Fields out of Penn State, who was drafted by the Niners. So they'll add to that position. But right now, it's Ringo versus Jackson. And look, here's the thing: if that, Mike, we'll talk more about this closer to the draft and after the draft and during it. But if they don't draft a corner in the first 3 rounds, Mike, you're probably going to see just Ringo versus Jackson in training camp.
Adam Caplan, there you go. A little pre-draft roster look at this team. 30 days to the NFL draft. Looking forward to that. In April, we'll have our draft party. We'll give you details on that. And Adam Caplan will be back on Friday for more Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, there's Adam Caplan, as always, here for Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll keep it here for a couple minutes. So Lamb they brought in as the swing tackle. I would imagine he plays that position. Played a lot of right tackle last year. Has played left tackle as well. He's done both, as Adam said. At this stage, he can probably do both. But, one thing I think when you look at big needs for this team, you have the 32nd pick in the draft. I personally think that they will not draft 32. I think they will trade and get out of that spot. They have 4 fifth-round picks. And with the 4 fifth-round picks, I don't see them making 4 fifth-round picks. I see this team trying to really load up in that second and third round area. They move back from 32. They get into that get some extra picks in the second round. They take those fifth-round picks and try to get themselves into the third. And they just try to get some players that are more cost-effective because of what they have coming up. You know what? I don't need a player at 32. I'll get a guy at 52 or 62, and I'll get multiple guys between 40 and 60, somewhere in there. I think that's the process that they're going to kind of go through here is let me try to find a bunch of guys in the first 4 rounds of this draft. So I have 4 fifth-round picks, and I can use those to try to get myself into, a third round, late third round. And I have a first-round pick that I can move back. And by moving back and then moving from 5 up, you get a lot of cost-effective players, more talented, cost-effective players on a team that really has to try to find creative ways to get themselves under. I don't want to say under the cap; they're under the cap now, but they're handing out big money. And I saw something the other day about the prediction of what Jalen Carter's contract might look like. I mean, that's going to be a big one. You got to factor that in. Then you got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean coming up down the road, and Cam Jurgens this offseason, I think, or in this season, you're going to have to figure out an extension for him. So, yeah, I think a lot of it is I wouldn't anticipate making pick 32. I would imagine you trade back, stockpile a couple more seconds, add a couple there, and then use those fifth-rounders to move up a little bit. And now you add, instead of getting 5 players with the 4 fifth-rounders in pick 32, maybe you get yourself, 3 or 4 players, and they're cheaper. Not to mention you get more. You trade 32, you got to look at that trade. What was the trade that Philadelphia made with Baltimore a couple of years ago when they drafted Lamar Jackson? It was 2017, was it? It was the year they won the Super Bowl. 2017
draft.
Season, 2018 draft. So the 2018 draft, the Eagles had the 32nd pick. They traded with Baltimore. What did Baltimore give Philadelphia? Because Baltimore ended up with Lamar Jackson. I think Philly ended up with Dallas Goedert.
So the Eagles sent the 32nd overall pick along with their 4th-round pick that year.
So 32 and 4th rounder in 2018.
If you want to know the exact number, it's 132.
Okay.
So they sent 32 and 132.
Okay.
To Baltimore for pick 52.
52 would be in second round.
They also got a 4th-round pick at 125.
125.
And they got a 2019 second-round pick, which ended up being pick 53.
And who did that turn out to be?
So pick 53 turned out to be Miles Sanders in the 2019 draft.
Pretty good player.
In the 2018 4th-round pick was Avonte Maddox.
Starter.
And then...
And 52 was Goddard, right?
Well, 52 they traded again, and then they got Goddard because I'm just double checking the exact information here.
Well, so just real quick, the blueprint,
Yes.
the Eagles have 32 this year. They gave up 32 and a fourth
Mm-hmm.
to move back 20 spots.
Yes.
And then in the fourth round, they moved up 7 spots and then added a second-round pick in the next year's draft.
Correct.
Yeah, I could see them almost mirroring that trade. And then you have 4 fifths. You know, you can conceivably move 3 of those and get yourself 2 better picks higher up in the draft.
Yeah, so basically when they traded 32nd overall pick, just to recap for everybody, at the end of all the trade movement, when the dust settled, you walked away. The Ravens got Lamar Jackson, but you got Dallas Goedert, Avonte Maddox, and Miles Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, Lamar Jackson is the better player.
No, but the point is that it's not like you got nothing in that deal.
Oh, absolutely. No, and listen, you've won Super Bowls. They haven't.
Right. And Dallas Goedert was a key player in the run this year in the postseason.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Yesterday was National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes, I was informed of that last night. I missed it.
I missed it too. I saw it this morning. So, do you have a go-to cheesesteak spot?
If I was just to name any place off my number one would probably be Vic Subs.
Vic Subs in Absecon?
Mm-hmm.
Good spot. Now, so here's my take, okay? I tweeted this out. We have a poll up at Mike Gill Show. It's National Cheesesteak Day was yesterday. I can't believe I missed it. My take is the Atlantic City style cheesesteak is the superior cheesesteak to the Philly style. And I know it's an unpopular take, but I like the Atlantic City style roll better than I like the soft, like Amoroso, mushy sometimes roll. I'm not a huge. The Philly cheesesteak is solid, but I like, if you give me a choice, I'm taking the Atlantic City style. Is that a take that is outlandish?
I don't think it's outlandish because I think it comes back down to, I think a lot of people, if you're talking about Philly cheesesteaks, like where they like to go, a lot of it comes down to the bread. It's all about the bread and the meat. It's not about anything else. So
Well, that's what a sandwich is, bread and meat.
yeah, but
It's all about the bread and the meat. Well, what else would it be about?
Well, it might be about the cheese. It might be about.
I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say, it's about the cheese.
Listen, there are a lot of weird people
what
out
most
there.
people will say, and I'm one of them, the bread makes the sandwich. The Atlantic City style roll, I'm just more partial to the hard Atlantic City style roll than the soft Philly cheesesteak roll.
Is it because you feel like the hard roll soaks it up better, or because when you bite into it, it has more like stability?
A fresh Atlantic City style roll, to me, makes the sandwich superior. Now, you get a stale roll, not as good. That's the thing with the Philly style. You get the cheesesteak, and it's like mushy, and sometimes the bread's a little too mushy.
So you want the stability.
It's just a preference. I don't know what it is. It's just, if I have a choice. So, listen, I listed a couple cheesesteak shops, okay? Your traditional cheesesteak shops that have the Atlantic City style bread. Now, I don't know what every cheesesteak shop in the area style of bread that they carry. I'm talking White House, Sacco's, Dino's. You said Vic's, Pete's in Egg Harbor Township. They all use the Atlantic City Formica style bread. You know, the long torpedo roll, the submarine. That's why it's called a sub down here. It's a submarine style bread.
Roll.
Yes. So those places have, to me, the superior bread. That has been my take. So I prefer, if you said to me, hey, you can go get a cheesesteak at White House or Dino's or Sacco's or Vic's or Pete's or wherever. I know people like Sugar Hill. I mean, those are the places that I grew up with. But if there's another place that somebody likes better, please text me and let me know. 609-403-0973. I'm just saying those are the kind of Atlantic County go-to spots. I'm sure there are places that have great cheesesteaks. But if you said you could have a cheesesteak from one of those places or pick your favorite Philly cheesesteak establishment, I'm getting one from one of those places.
Well, like for example, for me, if you ask my favorite in the city, Philadelphia, it's my favorite all time was Jim's. Because I always felt that Jim's had the best quality food he put into it. Now, I know it doesn't kind of fit in your criteria, the bread, though.
I like Jim's steak. When I go to Philly, I like a Jim's steaks.
Okay.
I do like Jim's, but I would take a Dino's, a Sacco's over Jim's.
Because of the bread.
Because of the breads.
Gotcha.
Yes.
See, I'm really big on the quality of the meat that they put into the bread, because I feel like there are some places they really cheap it up with some of the meat.
Well, some of the places, yeah, when they do the cheesesteak in Philly, they don't chop it up nice enough.
Correct.
It's like shoe leather.
Or they cut it up so thin that you barely can taste it.
Yeah. So that's my take. National Cheesesteak Day at Mike Gill Show. Let me know your favorite cheesesteak in the area. 609-403-0973. And do you agree that the Atlantic City style roll cheesesteak is superior to the Philly style cheesesteak? 609-403-0973 for National Cheesesteak Day, which was yesterday. I missed it, but I had to give my thoughts on that. I haven't had cheesesteak in quite some time. It's been a while.
By choice or just happenstance?
Probably more happenstance. Suddenly I'm in the mood for a cheesesteak. Tim M. is watching on YouTube. He says Ernest and Sons has a good cheesesteak. Tim M., you are accurate. Ernest and Sons, that's my guy Mel over there. He does have a solid cheesesteak. He should be put on the list. What's your favorite cheesesteak in the area? 609-403-0973. Forget cheesesteaks. We got nuggets next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 434 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Hey, watch the show on your home TV. Go to youtube.com/@MikeGillShow. Cast over. Watch the show live. Knicks Nuggets. Earnshaw is back. He's brought to you by The Hub. Gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is here on the Sports Bash. Ready to go. 97.3 ESPN. What's going on? Nick Earnshaw here. Welcome back for another edition of Nick's Nuggets.
Good afternoon, Mike Gill. And I'll tell you what, I got to get in on this cheesesteak conversation. You have just lit a fire on social media, lit a fire on the text board, lit a fire on the radio today. I mean, you know, people are very passionate about cheesesteaks around here, Mike. I mean, yesterday I had to make a decision because I had gotten a cheesesteak for the first time in months on Saturday night. And I'd saved half of it. I'm going to have it probably tonight. But I was in a predicament yesterday because it was National Cheesesteak Day, and I didn't realize that until after the Nuggets yesterday. When I got home, I was like, oh, man, I want to have that cheesesteak, but I had a chicken parm sandwich that was in there for 4 days, and I don't know if I could make it last another day, so I had to go chicken parm yesterday. I'm going to go cheesesteak today. So I had to make that decision yesterday. That was really tough. One of the hardest decisions I think I may have ever made in months to do. But I don't know. This one I'm very, very... I'm indifferent on, Mike. I like both. I like both. And some of the
like both. I like both. I'm not saying one's great and the other one stinks. I like both. I'm saying if I had a choice, I'm going with the Atlantic City style roll over the Philadelphia, generally like a softer Amorosa roll. I would take the Formica Rando roll, the Atlantic City submarine style of bread.
It's good.
Over the Philly style.
It's good. I think I'm going to go slight edge to Philly style, though. I like the soft roll. I want it dripping. I want it soggy. I want it greasy. That is what I enjoy out of a cheesesteak. So, it's tough.
That's the thing. I think that's like, see, I'm interested to get, I don't eat Philly cheesesteaks very often. I might have one or two a year.
Yeah.
So, I would like to hear from the people who don't live in Atlantic Cape May County where the Atlantic City bread is prevalent. Like if you're someone who lives where you live, like the people who come down the shore and have shore houses like down in Margate, Ventnor, and they live in Philly, would they rather like a Dino's or a Sacco's or something that's a Philadelphia? Those people, because they do eat both of them more often.
Yeah, see, I'm a crossover. I do both because I'm down the shore. I'm up towards Philly, Camden County area. That's a tough one for me. Growing up, there was a little pizza joint that I used to go to, like right in front of my house. We'd walk up there. They had a really good cheesesteak. It was Pizza Town, and it turned into Fabio's. Great, that was good. I enjoyed that one. Scotto's, I always had a good cheesesteak. Randazzo's, rest in peace to Joe Pop. That was a good one down the shore as well. Gosh, I got to go all the places you listed too. I got to try them all now, Mike. You're making me hungry as I'm listening before the Nuggets. I'm getting ready. You're making me hungry for these Nuggets too. I got to have a side of Nuggets with my cheesesteak tonight. I think that's what's got to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that is like we were just in Clearwater, and they have a Delco cheesesteaks in the stadium.
Nice.
Yeah. And that's like one of the times a year when I'm in the state. Now, I didn't get one this year because I had Lenny's for breakfast before I went to the Phillies game, so I wasn't ready for a cheesesteak as well. But generally, we'll get the Delco steak down there. I like it, but if you said, hey, you can have the Delco cheesesteak at the game or you can get a White House cheesesteak, I'm going to go White House.
I'll tell you what, I have a take. I will never, ever eat a cheesesteak at a game. I can't do it. It's too much. It's too much going on at a game to have a cheesesteak. I will never, ever, ever have a cheesesteak at a sporting event. It's just not me. I can't do it. I would rather go crab fries, something small I could pick at. I don't want to go full sandwich in my seat. It's a disaster.
Well, all right. So good point. I can't believe stadiums haven't got like an airplane where you can pull the little tray and put it out in front of you right now.
Be genius.
Right? But in Clearwater, they have the Delco cheesesteak. They also have the Manco and Manco pizza.
Yeah.
So when you're there, you feel like you're like, oh, I want to get like something that's familiar at a ball game.
Yep.
That's why I think, people gravitate towards it when you're in Clearwater.
Now, I'll do the pizza because you have the box there. That's easy. That's easy. You got it on your lap.
For Manco and Manco in Clearwater, I think they do this in Philly too. It's
Yeah,
more
they
like
do.
a personal style pizza.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And they can set that on your lap. It's not that messy. You have the cardboard there. It's a good time. Cheesesteak, no, it's dripping. You're gonna get it on your pants. It's a total disaster. I'm out on the cheesesteak at the game. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Listen, if it makes me less of a Philly fan, so be it. I don't care. I cannot do the cheesesteak at the game. So that's my take on your cheesesteak bonanza today that you've been going on about.
Take at like saying, because I agree with you. I don't want something. I'm a big I don't want to get messy. I don't want I don't want like something messy. My hands getting messy.
I'll even do this. Mike, I'll even do this. I'll forgo the cheese with the crab fries at the game sometimes because I don't feel like dealing with it. If it's not going to be connected, if I have to grab it and hold the cheese, I'm out on that too. That's a disaster because then you'll drop the cheese on your pants. Your day's ruined. The game's ruined for you. It's all you can think about is cleaning up your pants. I'm out. This may have been from experience that I'm talking out of, but, it is what it is. I'm sure there's people that can relate to me for this. But we got to get into Nuggets. We got a couple minutes here. I want to start with the Phillies. Speaking of the Phillies and going to a ball game, there's something that's just been crossing my mind a little bit over the past couple of days. And, I know the juice hasn't been there. I feel like it's a little bit of a hangover from the Eagles heading into this season. People are a little frustrated of all the lineup talk, etc. But I think there's something that we need to discuss a little bit here that hasn't really been discussed. Who has more pressure? And I want to pose it to you. I'm going to pose it to Josh. I'm going to pose it to the audience. Who has more pressure, Dave Dombrowski or Rob Thompson heading into this season? Because all we hear about is the lineup. And then we've talked about the offseason. They didn't make enough moves. There's got to be pressure on somebody here. I would probably lean more Dombrowski than Thompson in this scenario. Mike, who's got more pressure at this point?
Good question. This is a good one. And I'm going to go Rob Thompson. And here's why.
Okay.
Because I think that Middleton is so much more tied to Dombrowski, and to change something, he might not be able to change the roster because of the financial commitments as much. So I have to change the manager. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but here, I would put it on Dombrowski. He's the one constructing the roster with Middleton's money. You know what I mean? I don't think either of them would get fired at the end. It would have to be Sixers' disastrous season for any of them to get fired to move on. I think the guys respect Thompson. You can't move on from Thompson if something crazy happened this year. Like if they did, if they lose in the first round, etc. Okay, fine. Like you're not going to move on from Thompson. You're not going to move on from Dombrowski. But there's a lot of pressure on both of them. This is a big year for the Phillies.
I agree.
But I think it's more Dombrowski because he's got to make the moves. He's the one spending the money.
Yes, but keep in mind, he's got moves to make now that some of the money might be coming off the books.
True.
And I think that Middleton would say, this guy's built World Series teams. We got to a World Series. We've been a really good team. Some of these guys' contracts are up. I feel more confident that he can find the pieces now that he has some moves and some money that I'm going to give him, more so than Thompson. And I like Thompson. I'm not a Thompson hater. I think the underrated part about Thompson, everybody gets so wrapped up in the X's and the O's and the decisions and this and that. Baseball, the manager is about setting the culture and the style and the calmness and of the team. And I think the players, you have to like playing for the manager. And he puts them in position that they love playing for him. Now, you might say sometimes it's too much. Sometimes they take advantage of it. Sometimes they don't have enough fire. They won 95 games. They've been to the playoffs 3 times with this guy.
Yeah.
It's just people's opinion that they like a more fiery guy sometimes. And that's fine if that's your opinion. But don't knock Thompson just because he's not the style of guy. The baseball manager's decisions and this and that, the lineup, that's all organizational. They decide on that together.
Yeah, I'm just going to lean Dombrowski. It's a good point. It's close. It could be either one because of them losing last year and people wanting to see them take that next step to go back to the World Series, right? And it's a big year for both of them. I'm just curious to see how Dombrowski handles the trade deadline this year, especially with where they're at. Are guys hurt? You already have Ranger Suarez hurt, right? Taijuan Walker's that 5th starter. How are you going to incorporate Andrew Painter? So I'm just curious to see, because the deadlines have been underwhelming for Dombrowski. He's got money coming off the books. How is he going to make this team better at the deadline? Because they're going to have to buy the deadline. They have to.
Here's the question. Here's the problem in the question. The guys that are coming off the books, you have no replacement for JT Realmuto.
No.
And if you lose Kyle Schwarber, what are you doing there? So 2 big contracts that are coming off, you might have to put right back on. That's a problem. The contracts that you want off the books, Castellanos and Walker, they're not off till next year. So you have, $48 or $38 million. $38 million a season this year and next year wrapped into Castellanos and Walker. Those are the 2 contracts that you want off your books.
Well, that's what I mean. Like at the deadline, are they going to be able to make a bigger move at this point with the decisions that Dombrowski makes? So maybe it even is you push it back. Maybe this is the start of Dombrowski really having pressure on him as it starts this year and then going forward. Is he going to be able to make these moves and maneuver through some of these contracts and no Realmuto? And Realmuto's taken, a step back. He's been hurt. Catcher's getting old. You're going to have to replace him at some point, right? So I think there's pressure on both of them. Let's be clear. Thompson has pressure on him because, he's just been dealt pretty much the same hand he's been dealt last year. Dombrowski, is he financially strapped by Middleton? I mean, that's a question as well. So there's pressure on both of them. I'm just going to go slight edge Dombrowski because the underwhelming moves of last deadline.
The problem, too, is you're entering this season with pressure and you're not the favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not better than the Dodgers. No one's going to argue with that.
You can beat the Dodgers, though. Your team's good. This team's good enough to beat the Dodgers. It's a good enough lineup, but can they put it together? And that's why the lineup thing's been just so, you're beating a dead horse at this point. Just wait for the season to start and see how it plays out.
Yeah, I agree. This season, I will say, it's tough to get. Listen, I love when a new season starts and you're ready for the new season to start. I'm ready for it. We were down in spring training, watched some live baseball. You kind of get that thing. But, when you're sitting in June and, you're like, oh, my God, I can't believe I'm going to wait. We all yearn for those October because they're intoxicating when you're watching those games. And it's so hard to ratchet yourself back up to that feeling when you're watching a game in June.
Yeah, and it's going to be fascinating. I'm so excited. Thursday's going to be fun. We're going to have fun in Margate, by the way. That's going to be a great day against the Nationals, division foe. Finally, real baseball. No more Clearwater. They're back in Philadelphia. They're getting ready to go to Washington. It's going to be very exciting. But I want to move on to nugget number 2, Mike. And this is something I've just been thinking about. I don't think you and I got a chance to talk about it. I think you were down in Clearwater when it happened. I can't remember. It might have been Josh. We talked about a little bit. Garrett Stubbs. He gets sent down. Pretty obvious was going to eventually happen because of how good Marshawn was last year. He is now going to be the backup catcher for Stubbs this year. I wonder, and this is just me, my brain spinning at times. Is Garrett Stubbs in a way like a CJ GJ was to the Eagles? And will they miss his presence like the Eagles did the year before they won the Super Bowl and the year after they lost the Super Bowl? CJ GJ goes to the Lions, comes back and added a little attitude to that Eagles locker room. Is Stubbs, is there going to be a point in the season where they may need to bring him up where, if Marshawn got hurt or something and they might need to keep him there because he's such a locker room glue guy? It's just a thought.
I don't disagree that, you want guys that you like around. You want to play with guys you like. And the guys that you're like, when you do things, it's like, you have certain people you go on vacation with, you have a good time. And if they're not there and someone takes their place, then the next time, it wasn't the same. We went to a fun place that we liked, but these people were different and it kind of changed the whole dynamics. We like this team, but that guy's not here and it changes the dynamics of things. I definitely think that is a possibility. That him not being there, we don't know what goes on in that locker room. But what we see in October is he is well-liked. There's no doubt about it. And how important is the backup catcher to tweak with the culture of the team?
Well, I mean, it's a fascinating situation because Real Muto's getting older. He's going to have a couple more days off this year. I mean, it's clear. He had knee surgery last year.
Let's be honest. Are you not winning your 95 game? You won 95 games with Garrett Stubbs. I mean,
You still are. But are you going to need him for the postseason? Like, do you want him for the postseason just on the roster? Carry that third catcher? I don't know. You could. I mean, the Braves have done it before. The Braves did it last year. They carried 3 catchers. Do you just want him to be that guy in the locker room that is there, that keeps this team together? I mean, could it be noticeable? That's something I think we should keep an eye on. I don't know how much it'll affect the team, but it's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, do you put 3 catchers on and one of them can't hit? I mean, probably not.
I mean, the obvious baseball decision was to let Stubbs go and, send him down, and Marshawn was the backup catcher. But it is what it is. We'll find out. Gill, 2-pack of nuggets and a side of a cheesesteak for you today on the Nugs.
I like it. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. And, of course, he will be live with us on Thursday at Maynard's in Margate. Good stuff for Knicks Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe. Watch the show on your home TV. Go to youtube.com/at Mike Gill Show. All right, time now. There you go. It's our cue to call. And caller 6-7 and a bonus contestant, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 6-7, and we're going to add a bonus right now. You have a shot to win home opener Phillies tickets for the home opening game on Monday. If you're caller 6-7, and a bonus entry right now, this hour on the Sports Bash for our Phillies opening day watch party. Maynard's in Margate. We'll see you there this Thursday, 9306 Amherst Avenue in Margate. One lucky winner will win Phillies home opener tickets and a parking pass for the game on Monday, or Metallica tickets at Lincoln Financial Field. Good luck. Rye or Sigh coming up. All right, 5 o'clock hour, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Watch the show live on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Hit the like button, subscribe, repost, be a part of the show. Text in now, 609-403-0973. Ton of cheesesteak spots texted in here, by the way. Good stuff. I'll read some of them off a little bit later on, maybe, before we get to the end of the show. Ryer Sigh, take a look at what's happening in the world of sports in the area, locally, and all over the place. You know, sometimes it's not just about the fishbowl we live in, but let's take a look at what's happening now with Ryan Rothstein as he joins me each day at this time in the 5 o'clock drive home this hour on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, you can be a part of the show on the text board, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. We'll dive into a lot of stuff. You know, we talked a lot of Phillies earlier today. We also started the show actually with the Sixers, and for no other reason that they finally should be not praised. They should finally be given credit for doing something right, which is to lose. You know, they need to lose the next 10 games and finish this season on a 15-game losing streak. That would be a successful ending to their season. How do you do that? Finish the season by losing 15 straight games. They have lost 5 straight. They have 10 left. Can they lose 15 straight here? That would make us all happy. Sad to say that. That's the state of basketball, where you prefer your team to lose than win. And then all of a sudden, you're like, oh, I've just given up on the season. I just want you to lose. I've taken measures, ideas about how to try to get around that. And listen, I don't see it ever happening, but we'll see. All right, there we go. Ryan Rothstein is here. We got another edition of Rye or Sigh. I was saying, Rye, before you jumped into the stream on YouTube at Mike Gill Show, the Sixers finally should be commended for something. That was epic tanking last night, resting Quentin Grimes and getting absolutely destroyed by a team that wouldn't make the G League playoffs.
Yeah, it was impressive work by the 76ers. They don't cease to amaze us this year. Just when you think they hit rock bottom, they dig a little bit deeper for us.
Yeah, you got to do it. And tomorrow night they play the worst team in the league, Washington. I don't know how you figure out a way to lose to that team. They play Washington twice, by the way, between now. They have 10 games left. I said, look, they got to lose all 10. They got to lose. They've lost 5 in a row. They need to end this season on a 15-game losing streak.
That would be ideal. Listen, you said you don't know how they can figure out how to lose 2 in a row to Washington. Dude, me and you are coming off the bench. I mean, who's on the Sixers team right now?
I don't know. I saw their starting lineup the other night, and I was like, I've never heard of some of these guys. Where are they signing them? How are they getting them here? Are they giving them, how are they getting a uniform ready in time?
It was like Marvin Bagley's brother, who's never been in the NBA, just got signed. It's like, where are we getting these dudes?
Yeah, it's epic, though, but guess what? That's what needs to happen.
Yeah.
They're in the 5th worst spot right now. They're tied with the Nets for the 5th worst. They played a team last night that's actually worse than them and got blown out. I don't think they're going to be able to catch New Orleans, though. I don't think they can do any better than the 5th worst team in the league.
Probably right, but listen, that's putting them in position. You have a chance. Right? You have a chance to get a top 2 or 3 pick. If that's the case.
Well, listen, they just need to make sure they get a pick. They cannot give this pick up to after this season that they've gone through. They cannot afford to lose that pick to Oklahoma City.
No, they cannot. They cannot.
All right, so what are we thinking today? What do we got on the list? I saw you send me a boatload of stuff. I'm really interested in a lot of these topics. So where do you want to start?
All right, so I want to revisit the 2 different lineup idea because we didn't really rehash it enough yesterday, right? And you see what Dombrowski said, that it's insignificant. He said, you don't understand how insignificant the lineup actually is when talking about the potential of the Phillies using 2 different lineups, depending on a lefty or a righty. And I sided that dude. I was like, what is he saying? Like, do you agree with someone who's managed baseball for 20 years, someone who knows the game as well as anyone? When you hear Dave Dombrowski utter a statement like that, how do you react? We didn't get into that.
No, I think it's disingenuous. He says, you'd be surprised how insignificant it is. It's really amazing to me. People that are very, very intelligent that do this from an analytical perspective, it's surprising how insignificant it is. It's just disingenuous to say it, because if that's the case, you would just pull a name out of a hat and whatever came out, that's the way you would hit. You'd hit Bryce Harper 9th. You could hit him 7th. Well, why do you hit him 3rd? Why do you hit the guy in the same spot in the lineup virtually every single day? Because there's some configuration to the lineup that makes sense. So I think it's very disingenuous for him to say it. And I think the Phillies are trying their best to deflect this whole conversation. This is like you have the processors and the anti-processors. You have the Schwarbers and the anti-Schwarbers. You have some people that like Schwarber hitting leadoff, and then you have some people who think, he's not a typical leadoff hitter, so he shouldn't be in the leadoff spot. But for him to say it's insignificant, like how the lineup is built, there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence that any team in baseball has decided to say, you know what? Let's go with Shohei Ohtani hitting in the 6 hole. Let's just try that for tonight. No, you
let's
want
just
your
pick
best
names
hitters.
out of a hat.
Yeah, you want your best hitters hitting as many times as possible. So you might say, okay, maybe if Turner's 1 or 2, that doesn't matter as much, but there's a reason why you would hit him 1 as opposed to 2 is he's the guy that when the bottom of the order's done, you have him starting the lineup off if you think he's the best option. For me, this whole thing where they're saying, well, we'll hit righties, Schwarber will bat leadoff, and against lefties, Turner will bat leadoff. Look, I don't have a huge problem with it. I don't think it's that, like Jimmy Rollins talked about it earlier. He said, look, I don't think it's that big of a deal if these guys are comfortable with it, as long as they're comfortable with it. The question is, I think Turner is comfortable hitting 1 or 2. The question is Schwarber, people act like Schwarber should hit in the number 4 hole because he hits a lot of home runs. Well, that's really thinking outside the box. Guy hits a lot of home runs, must hit 4. No. You know how many times he's hit 4 in his career? We talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
He has played over 1,100 games in his career. He has hit in the number 4 hole 81 times. That's it. 81 games he has hit in the 4 hole. So it's not like Kyle Schwarber saying, hey, coach.
He's never done it.
Well, it's not like he's saying, hey, guys, why don't you hit me in a place where I feel more comfortable? 4.
Right.
No, Kyle Schwarber's not begging to hit in the 4 hole. He likes to hit in the leadoff spot, too. So I think Turner's okay hitting 1 or 2. The question is Schwarber okay hitting in the 4 hole? He might say he is, and he might do it for the team. But as Jimmy Rollins said, he said when he hit leadoff, and then when Utley got hurt the one year, they moved him to the 3 hole, and he said that was an adjustment for him. There was a change of approach. It was a change of everything, and he struggled in that 3 hole.
All the points you made are extremely valid, and I agree with 1,000%. But that's not even the conversation for me, or the point for me. It's how are we having this conversation 2, 3, 4, 5 days out from opening day? Right? Like, they don't know what the lineup is going to be, Mike.
I agree.
Is that not a massive concern?
I do think they know what the lineup's going to be. I mean, we've talked.
Now they do, but I would say a week ago, maybe not.
I don't know, man. I mean, he said it way back at the start of spring training that, we're going to try it out in spring training and we'll see. They didn't even really do that. I mean, Schwarber hit leadoff like 5 out of the last 6 games with Turner in the lineup. The 2 of them were in the lineup together, and it was Schwarber-Turner. And then the last game, he switched it and put Turner in the 1 spot. I think they know what they want to do. I think they're just kind of, acting as if it's not that. I think, look, it's almost like you messed up. You went to the PR firm to say, how do we fix this mess? And they say, just act like it's not that important.
Right. Yeah. Well, great advice if that was the case, or maybe it's a fair example or an analogy. But okay, fine. I agree with you that yes, today they probably know what the lineup's going to be, but do they have a concrete idea if they're going to use two? Like, are they going to use two different lineups depending on lefty righty, or is that just an idea? Maybe we'll see. Right? Like, it's just weird.
No, I think you're going to tomorrow. They have a left-handed pitcher for Thursday. You have a left-handed pitcher going for Washington. So I think you'll see Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber will be the first four. He has said the first four are not going to change. It just which order they might be in.
We'll see, man. We'll see. I think regardless of when they came to this decision, it's clear that they were back and forth and up in the air about it. Maybe they weren't, but that's clearly how it appears. And that quote from Dombrowski is frightening. It's a horror movie, that quote.
I agree. I think it's disingenuous just to say it's insignificant. You might want to say, look, I will agree with this, okay? This is what I will agree with. If you hit Schwarber leadoff or Turner leadoff, I don't think you're winning 110 games with one guy and 95 with the other.
No, but it does matter, right? Like, I agree with that point, but I don't want to poo-poo it, though, because that point that you're making is us poo-pooing it. And I don't want to do that because I do think it is a big deal, and I do think it matters to those guys, especially where they're at, what their role is in the lineup, where they're going to be each and every day, especially come playoff time.
What I do think matters is come playoff time.
Right.
In that teams, I think, have figured out how to navigate their way through the Phillies lineup as constructed. Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Bohm, Castellanos. I think they have figured out the way to kind of like the rhythm of how to figure out how to navigate their way through. If you change that up a little bit, now you kind of have to get a new scouting, a new rhythm, a new way to read through that lineup where it's like, sometimes a guy comes up the bat, you're like, this guy's up again. Whereas opposed.
Yeah. No, sorry to cut you off. Aren't we overthinking it though? Isn't it just baseball? Like, they know how to navigate because the Phillies couldn't hit the side of a barn.
Right. One of the reasons is the way that the Phillies, they're pitching these guys where you're chasing stuff out of the zone. Now, I don't know that flipping these guys around is going to make them, but Jimmy Rollins' point with Trey Turner was he thinks that he will be more selective as a leadoff hitter than he is as the number 2 hole hitter. I don't know why he thinks that, but that's what he said in the bite. He basically said,
makes sense.
Yeah, he thinks that, and this is Jimmy Rollins, what he said about why he wants Trey Turner as the leadoff hitter.
I like the traditional lineup of having speed up top and not bogging it down in the middle. And I think Trey did a good job there, throughout his whole career. He's bounced 1, 2, and 3. I would like to see him lead off, get him a chance to get on base, run the bases, put pressure on for the big boys when Bryce gets up there and Schwarber hitting those bombs. But I don't make those decisions. That's above my pay grade.
So he's kind of giving you like the traditional, I like the speed. I want Turner kind of hitting around him. But he also talked about why he thinks Schwarber hitting first restricts Turner hitting in the number 2 hole.
Schwarber is a good hitter. He's patient at the plate. But when he's on base in front of Trey, that kind of slows Trey down, for obvious reasons. And why not turn those home runs to 2- and 3-run home runs? And I know they say you lead off once a game, but it does change the way a pitcher and the other team sets up how they face the lineup. When you have speed at the top and power throughout.
So he's going with, hey, Schwarber in front of Turner restricts what Turner can do a little bit. It gives you the opportunity to then put Schwarber in these home run situations. That works if Schwarber feels comfortable in that spot.
Bingo. And you know what my immediate thought is listening to all that, MG? The Turner signing doesn't make sense.
See, that I don't agree with. And I'll tell you why. And listen, I've been critical of Turner. I don't think he's a $300 million player. But when they got him, they had a team. They were looking for a guy who was an on-base guy who can run. He was different from everybody they really had. And then he got here, and he just hasn't been the same player that he was with the Dodgers or in Washington. He's been a good player, but not a $300 million player.
But I think it's a lot due to the fact of what J-Roll just illustrated. I think he hit the nail on the head with that. I agree with it wholeheartedly. That Turner leading off sets the tone. He can dictate the pace. He can work at bats. He can get on base. He can steal. He can run the bases, do his thing. If it's vice versa, now he has pressure to drive in Schwarber. Like it's a whole different dynamic when it's flip-flopped. So, yeah, you're not able to utilize Turner the way you want to utilize him if he's not leading off. That does make sense. But to me, Schwarber's more valuable in the leadoff spot. So then it's just clunky having Turner.
Well, and I would say, I think Turner, and if you look at his numbers historically, his best spot in the order is leadoff. His next best spot is number 2, and he's hit leadoff and 2 about the same. So he's not like Schwarber. Schwarber's hit leadoff over half the games he's ever played in.
Right.
Not the same for Turner. He's hit 1 or 2 about the same amount. So I feel like him hitting in the 1 or 2 hole, he should still be a very productive part of your offense.
Regardless of how this plays out and regardless of what the lineup looks like in the first month or 2-3 months of the season, MG, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this team in this lineup, of course, to drive in runs and produce and get wins. And that brings me into the next topic I wanted to get into with you, which is Topper on the hot seat? Is that a Sigh comment, a Sigh-worthy comment, or do you think it's fair if this team struggles in the first couple months, or all of a sudden could we see a change at manager?
Earnshaw asked an interesting question. Who's on the hot? Who's got more pressure, Dombrowski or Thompson?
Well, now I think it's Tom. It's all Thompson. Dombrowski's job is over, essentially. It's all on Thompson now. All the pressure, in my opinion, is on Thompson, and maybe a little bit unfairly.
Definitely unfairly. You win 95 games, you go to the playoffs 3 years in a row, and you're saying it's fair to say you lose your job if they make the playoffs again. But at some point, something has to change if you don't hit your ultimate goal 4 seasons in a row.
Yeah, we see it all the time in sports. I don't know why this is the first name that comes to mind, but David Blatt with the Cavaliers. They fire him mid-season and they bring in Ty Lue and they win a championship, right? Like, you can be a perennial championship contender, but if you're not bringing home championships, the move makes sense. The move is warranted. So I love Topper. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't want it to happen, I should say, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised for the reason of we got to change something up. It's not your fault, but we just need to change something up. We see that happen a lot in sports. The Brett Brown thing. Hey, we won 50-plus games. We made it to the playoffs. We gave you 3 chances with this team. We couldn't do it. It's not your fault. We just have to change something up. Same thing happened with Doc Rivers. Hey, we had 3 chances. I just led you into Doc Rivers. I can see your face there. We gave you a couple chances with this team. We couldn't get out of the second round. It's not your fault. We got to do something different here.
I think you essentially run it back, right? The whole city, Delaware Valley, is clamoring and screaming from the rooftops to, make a significant addition / trade, whatever it may look like. Doesn't happen. So you run it back.
Hasn't happened yet.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm getting to, MG. Let Topper go down with the ship. Like, let him sink with the Titanic, dude. Like, let this manager, let this team play the whole thing out, man. Let it play out. That's how I'm looking at it, better or worse.
Well, see, this is where I differ because I wrote about this and I've said this before. I think Dombrowski is going to give this crew. They like this team. This is a team that they like. It's their guys. It's Castellanos. It's Schwarber. It's Realmuto. It's Harper. It's Nola. It's Wheeler. It's Bohm. It's Stott. It's Marsh. This is their group. And they want these guys to win. But I think Dombrowski is going to say, look, guys, if by the trade deadline you cannot show me that we've taken that next step, I'm going to have to do something.
I get it. I'm not going to be screaming and freaking out if that's the case or if that winds up being the case. I'm just curious, and we don't have a crystal ball. I'm curious what that would look like and who would even be available.
Yeah, and
we
listen,
don't know that.
If things materialize as as the season goes on, guys become available, things happen, teams think that they're in the teams at the beginning of the year think they're in the race, then they're not in the race, things that are, vice versa happens, an injury to a team happens, and they kind of put the white flag up. They thought they were going to be in it. We were talking with Bob Wankel yesterday. You got big-time free agents that haven't signed yet. Maybe they don't sign, and then at the deadline, that team decides, you know what, we got now. Yeah. We were talking about Vlad Guerrero yesterday with Bob, and he and I agree. Bryce Harper is not going to want to play they don't want Bryce Harper playing the outfield for the next the length of his contract.
Right.
So adding a player to play first base for multiple seasons at $600 million is just not realistic.
Harper wouldn't want to do that, though?
I don't think Harper wants to play the outfield for the next, the rest of his contract. Do you?
Probably not, but I think he wants to win a championship more.
Maybe. I also don't coupled with I don't think John Middleton wants. Put it this way: if he trades, first off, what are you going to have to trade to get a Vlad Guerrero? Andrew Painter, Aiden Miller, Justin Crawford. Now you have a rental player that you have to now try to make sure that you sign to a contract. Then if you sign him, he says he wants like $600 million. You're going to give him $600 million. So what's Bryce Harper going to say? I'm moving to the outfield for this guy. I want $600 million.
And that's my fear. You're right. But you bring up the point of what you're going to have to give up for Vlad. That's the case for any move in season, isn't it? Like, if we want to, quote, see a significant move, it's going to have to be that, like mortgage the future.
Well, that's a different level than significant. That's franchise changing.
It is
that level of player.
I mean, okay, so what? We trade Casty or Bohm? I mean, what are we getting for Casty? Like, I don't know.
No, nobody wants Nick Castellanos. I mean,
right, exactly. So I don't know what significant change can even be made in the season.
I agree with that comment as well. Unless you're just saying, look, we have this guy, you have this guy, they're similar level of players. This guy, Bohm. The problem is, like, they don't need pitching, you don't think. And if they do need pitching, that's another problem because you've stocked up your pitching staff to where you're saying, all right, we shouldn't have any pitching problems.
Yeah, my goodness. If they need pitching at any point in this season, just hit the panic button, forget it, it's over. Or start thinking about Eagles opening, week 1.
Early they do because Ranger Suarez looks like he's going to miss like the first month of the season. That means Taijuan Walker will make a handful of starts.
You know how I feel about Ranger, and I am not happy with that, dude. I think that's going to be a huge impact.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. We got another segment to go. We got a whole bunch of stuff happening this week. Thursday, we're live at Maynard's in Margate for Phillies opening day. Our Phillies opening day watch party. Come out early and be a part of the show. We'll be there from 2 to 6 live, and the Phillies, of course, will be first pitch against the Washington Nationals. It's Zach Wheeler taking on Mackenzie Gore, and we have all the action for you, and we'll have a pair of tickets, right? We'll have a pair of tickets and a parking pass to see the Phillies play their home opener, right? The home opener on Monday. Pair of tickets and a parking pass, plus we got tickets to see the Metallica shows this summer at Lincoln Financial Field. By the way, Phillies Nationals, 4 o'clock start. Be there for all the action. By the way, is today opening day? Did I miss this? Like, are there actual games being played today? Or are these what's that?
Spring training.
These are spring training. I was going to say, I see all these games happening. Okay, these are spring training. I was like, wait, all these games are happening? Did I miss this? All right, Thursday, live, Maynard's, Margate, opening day, Phillies Nationals, and we'll have tickets to the home opener. Home opener on Monday the 31st. Another segment of Ryer Sigh up next on the Sports Bash. At 5:31, the NCAA tournament returns on Thursday and Friday to 97.3 ESPN. We've talked a lot about it on this segment. We'll do one more segment before we get out of here tonight. Show's cruising today. Are you a Philly-style cheesesteak or are you a Atlantic City-style cheesesteak, Ryan Rothstein?
So I saw your poll, and I have issues with it, but I'll answer your question. AC all day. Come on. I don't think it's close.
So what are the issues then?
Because you gave the people 4 options.
Well,
but the last option you threw 4 names. You threw 4 in 1. It's a diluted result.
You know, I thought about that afterwards because generally people on the island. Listen, I grew up on the island, so I know. Like some guy said, these are all tourist traps. I said these aren't tourist traps. If you ask the locals. If you ask the locals where they want to go, they're picking one of those places. Yes, a lot of people go there, but they're not tourist traps. Locals still go there in the off-season and a tourist trap is a place where a local's not going to go in the off-season.
Correct.
Right? It's a place that I'm not going there because there's a lot of tourists here. That doesn't happen with those places. So I know people on the island have their preference of either White House or Dino's or Sacco's. Right. Whereas offshore, it's more of like, hey, I live in this area. It's my only option. I know people who live in Margate that will drive to Atlantic City to get a White House. I know people from Ventnor that will go to Margate to get a Dino's. I know people from Atlantic City that will go to Margate to get a Dino's. I know people from Ventnor that will go to Atlantic City to get a White House. Offshore here, it's not the same. If you live in EHT, you're pretty much going to Pete's because it's in EHT. If you live in Amsegan, you're going to Vic's because that's really the only thing they got over there.
Correct. And I'm going to give a shout out to a new establishment in AC that I tell you what, man, I don't want to diss any of my favorites, White House, Sacco's, Dino's, love all of you, but Cuzzies. Shout out the Cuzzies in Atlantic City. That cheesesteak is giving all of them a run for their money, man. You got to go.
Well, listen, there's a lot of places. Those are your traditional old school submarine style.
Yes.
Now, if you like something off the beaten path, you got a place like Tony Baloney's makes a crazy cheesesteak. Like if you want to go down that road, it's really good, but that's not – I'm talking about the Atlantic City style bread versus the Philly style bread.
It's I feel like it's apples to oranges.
It is. I'm just saying, if you ask me which one do I prefer, hey, do you want a Philly cheesesteak or do you want an Atlantic City style? I would say I'll go Atlantic City.
How do you get your Philly cheesesteak? Like when you go up to Philly, what do you do it the same?
Yeah, I'm generally American without.
Okay. See, I feel like when I'm doing the Philly, I just got to go all in and get the whiz.
Actually, well, in Atlantic City, I'm mixed cheese. I do provolone and American.
Okay. No, Atlantic City, I'm American. American all day. Okay. American cheese.
I agree that, listen, I put those 4, but it's like, okay, instead of saying that you didn't give me one that I want to vote for, you can expand your mind a little and say, hey, these aren't one of my options. This is one that I like.
Yeah, I just feel like you're going to get all people that like one of those 4. Like that response is going to get more votes because it has multiple choices. That was my only gripe. That's all.
Well, there's more people that live off the island.
That too, I guess. Yeah.
By the way, let me update that poll real fast. I haven't seen it in a little while. White House right now is at 45%. Dino's is at 13%. Sacco's is at 10%. And the Pete's, Vic's, Sugar Hill contingent is at 31%.
That checks out completely. Right? Like Sacco's, Dino's essentially is always split. White House is just a legend, the GOAT.
Yeah, I like this tweet. At Mike Gill Show. White House cheesesteaks are horrible. I don't know anyone who likes them. I'm like, all right, that's a take.
I mean, that is.
I got people that drive like 2 hours will tell me I'm driving all the way to Atlantic City just for the cheesesteak.
That's Twitter summed up perfectly.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, well, listen, okay, dude.
I know the sandwich wars on that island, as you mentioned. It's like a split. You get half and half, and then you got the old school people that have always been White House.
Yeah, because exactly, old school, perfect way.
Now, White House, by the way, the guy, you say it's a tourists. It's not that tourists don't go to those spots.
I do.
They flock to those spots. But them going there doesn't push the locals to say, I'm not going there. The locals will still go there.
Right. It's that good.
Yeah.
It's not a tourist trap. It's just the tourists want to get the local legend. That's all.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right.
There we
what
go.
else we got today? What else?
All right. I'm glad we clarified that. All right. So we've been doing a good amount of NCAA tournament and transfer portal and NIL talk over the past couple of weeks. Some good conversations you and I have had, MG. And I don't know if you saw this earlier today. Tom Izzo, head coach of Michigan State, he had a press conference and he was asked about how he is navigating the transfer portal, because reminder to listeners out there, the transfer portal is now open in the midst of the Sweet 16 while the tournament in March Madness is taking place, which is just a nightmare for any team that's currently remaining, i.e. Tom Izzo and the Michigan State Spartans. Now, he was awesome, as he always is. I'll paraphrase it. You're not going to play this, right? Because it's too long.
I have it queued up a little bit.
All right, so let's get a little bit of Tom Izzo then. He'll say it much better than me.
Yeah, it's very passionate that he goes on this little diatribe here. Take a listen to him basically getting asked a question about the portal.
When I came back Sunday night, that was it. There was nothing on my mind but giving these guys a chance to win one more game, get to Elite Eight, and one more game, and have a memory that'll last their entire life, their kids' life, and their grandkids' life. Because that's what it is. And so excuse me for being passionate about it or pissed off about it, whichever words you want to use, but I'm not going to talk about it because it's not fair. It's not fair to the people. You could say it's fair to your program. I'll run my program like I want to run my program. And people have a disagreement with that, God bless them. But these guys that gave me everything they could give me are going to have a chance, and I'm not going to screw it up by spending any time on other stuff other than, I don't eat, I don't sleep right now, so why in the hell would I do something else that might benefit me a year from now? And really, it's not going to benefit me now because I don't know what I have. I don't know how much money I have. I don't know which players are leaving or staying. I don't have any idea. So why would I do that? Waste of time.
All right, so there you go. There's he's basically. I think the question that was asked at the beginning is like, "Hey, how are you navigating the portal? Are you trying to go out and get people while your team's still playing?"
Right. And it's insanity. How is any of these coaches going to be able to do that?
The ones that are still in the tournament, like, how do you navigate that? That's the hard part. I don't know how the NCAA says, "Hey, we're going to open the portal on the Monday of the Sweet 16." That makes no sense.
No, it's typical NCAA. It makes zero sense. Izzo also went on to say an interesting comment or two. I'll try and paraphrase it as best I can, but he's like, my old mentor said it best. He's like, all these coaches are so worried about the next guy that you're trying to bring in. Like, who's the next guy? Who's the new class? Who's going to be that next great team, instead of coaching the guys that you currently have?
Yeah, we lost.
That's going to be able to recruit. Like, if Michigan State gets to a Final Four, MG, that's going to be the pitch.
That's the pitch, but the problem is, like what Hurley said the other day, we've won back-to-back national championships, and I got half my roster leaving. They don't care. Here's the problem. The national championship Final Four used to be the pitch. That's not the pitch anymore. You heard what the kid said for Maryland the other day. Why is Kevin Willard so great to play for? Why do you guys play so hard for him? Because he's the guy who's paying us. That's it. That's the answer.
Yeah. That is just the reality now. But I also still think winning is a selling point. There's still going to be a kid or two that's going to say, I want to go there because of the pedigree that they have, right? Like, I cannot believe that that's completely wiped out now. There's no way. It's just different.
But the problem is these kids don't know what the pedigree is.
They want to win. There's kids out there that want to win.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying
Well,
for the most part, they don't know the pedigree of UCLA. They don't know why UCLA was once a big-time program. They don't know why Kentucky was what they were. They're just saying, these are the schools that are coming after me. They're the ones I see on TV, and they're the ones offering me money. I don't think they're looking at it and saying, well, North Carolina won all these championships, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they know the legacy of, like I was talking about yesterday, the blue blood schools built their blue blood reputation on a world that's different.
Yes, but there's still great legendary coaches that exist. All right, Tom Izzo is a legend, dude. He gets to a Sweet 16 seemingly every single season. So kids want to go play for him. Calipari, look what he's doing. Kids want to go play for him. So that's the pedigree, not the program.
Very few of those guys remain, though. You mentioned Tom Izzo. Yes, I agree with you. Rick Pitino, Calipari. Other than those guys, we could probably count on two hands. Whereas 15, 20 years ago, the star of college basketball was the coach. I mean, you could go through almost half the programs and name the coach and say, Jim Boeheim and Louis Carnesecca and John Thompson and Rolly Massimino, like, they were the program. Do you know who the coach at Syracuse is right now?
I couldn't tell you if my life depended on it.
Georgetown?
No.
I would go through all the programs I just mentioned. St. John's we know is Pitino, but before Pitino, they were irrelevant because you didn't. Exactly. So that's the give and take here is, the world that we've created is that the coach doesn't want to deal with this anymore. So now you're getting, I don't want to say lesser coaches, but you're getting coaches that are more. They're more. I don't even know what the word is. Like
they're not even that great of coaches. Here's the thought, man.
They're more relationship builders. They're more relationship builders and connectors.
Yeah.
They're like trying to hire a coach who has connections to like an AAU program. And that guy's first off, the AAU program is unqualified. Secondly, the coach is unqualified to do that.
No, mightily. And I even think to take it a step further, like once Izzo retires, once Calipari, Pitino, the head coach now is so different. To your point, it's going to almost be like extinct, the legendary coach in college basketball.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
No question about it. Like, and you talk about these guys, Izzo, same spot for his whole career for the most part. I mean, he had a job before Michigan State, but since then he's been there. And, Coach K at Duke and that's gone. Like, these guys are bouncing from place to place to place. The guy from West Virginia was at Drake, then West Virginia 1 year. Now he's at another place already. I mean, these guys are moving like every 4 years, basically just for a bigger payday.
Yeah, it's insanity. And I don't know how that's like a selling point. Like, how are you even a good coach at that point when you're in 3 different programs in 3 years? Right? Like you haven't established anything.
It's a relationship game now. It's who do I know? What program, AAU program, do I have connections with that I can get players to come because I'm at a school that they have more players that are near?
Well, and that's why like recruiting used to be a talent. Now
I was at the MAC. I was at the MAC the other night. All right, in Atlantic City. I'm watching Quinnipiac play. Oh man, I can't even remember who they were playing. They lost. Quinnipiac against Mount St. Mary's. They played Mount St. Mary's. There was 2 guys sitting behind me. Okay, there's 2 guys sitting behind me. The guy gets a phone call, and he's talking on the phone, and he's telling, I don't know who he's talking to, but he's like, I got 2 7th and 8th graders. How many scholarships do you have? I'm like, dude, we're watching Quinnipiac play Mount St. Mary's, and you're trying to talk about 7th and 8th graders and how many scholarships you have? I mean, what kind of world are we? I mean, I'm just assuming they're just like 2 AAU coaches that are just trying to, hey, I got these 2 kids for you. hold the scholarships for them. They're coming your way soon. Maybe he's talking to a high school coach. I have no idea. But I was just cracking up laughing like, we're watching Quinnipiac against Mount St. Mary's here. Are you kidding me?
These guys have become like, sketchy insurance sales agent, like vacuum cleaner sales agents. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all right, I got one kid, I got this kid. It's like it's nuts. The whole landscape's crazy.
Well, it's funny because I was listening to a podcast of a guy. He's like, you watch college basketball, and the actual game is terrible. Like, they can't shoot. Nobody can make layups. Like, it's just a bad product. And it's like, if you're somebody right now that's running a basketball program for people trying to get to college, are you happy and proud at the product that's out there? Like, are you saying, look at this product. I am a big reason why this game is where it is.
Yeah, no, there's no way you are. And if how about a guy like Tom Izzo? He has to be going insane with just how poor the fundamentals are, right? Like, how does he even pick kids at this point? They don't get coached.
And we see what's going on in the NBA. The game has now trickled into the NBA where the play is so bad at certain levels that the NBA is saying, we don't want these kids either. We'll just go overseas and get guys that can play with fundamentals. And the overseas players are now taking over the game. But I heard a stat the other day in baseball, and the same thing is happening in baseball. Right now, 48% of baseball in the major leagues, 48% of the players are minorities from different countries. And they said within the next 3 years, that number is going to flip over where the American player in Major League Baseball, which is an American-based sport, is now going to have less Americans playing it than people from outside the country.
It's insane. It's insane. But, European basketball overseas, they practice 6 days a week and they have a game once a week. USA, AAU, they have 6 games a week and they practice 1 day a week. That's the difference.
Sad to see. Tom Izzo, good stuff from him. Another Rye or Sigh here on the Sports Bash Live. We'll do it again mañana. See you, man.
Peace.
All right, there you go. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We got one more chance for you to qualify for those Phillies home opener tickets. Listen for your cue to call. It's coming up here on the Sports Bash. All right, time now for the Bet365 play of the day. Getting ready to get out of here. How did we do last night, Josh?
Well, Mike, you got one right because you only give out one pick, that being the Bucks Suns under. You are now 131, 87, and 1.
Good stuff. All right, we're going to have 3 picks for you tonight. Here we go. Ready to go? I like the Rockets minus 8.5 against the Hawks tonight. Rockets minus 8.5 against the Hawks tonight. I like Oklahoma City minus 9.5 against the Kings tonight. And I like the Pistons minus 10.5 against the Spurs. Rockets 8.5, Thunder 9.5, Pistons 10.5.
Was it just a coincidence that you picked progressively
8, 9, and
larger?
10. Yeah, I know. And that is my Bet365 plays of the day for you here on the Sports Bash. Did you tell me my record overall?
Yeah, it's 131, 87, and 1.
131, 87, and 1. All right, we'll leave on a good note then with another winner for you guys out there. Those are my Bet365 plays of the day. I am back again tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash, one day away from the Phillies opening day. Have a great night, everybody. But before I go, I got one more chance. It's your final chance on the Sports Bash